Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Wasn't supposed to appear on camera there, but there we are. Hello. I'm doing some testing just to see if I can get anything just that little bit more refined before the action gets underway for round 5 of your Rye House Pro Kart Championship. I don't think whatever that solution was is going to work, to be honest with you. So we're not going to try it anymore because the solution was going to be that I use the camera on my, let's be honest, slightly overworked laptop at the moment. That would be the sort of camera that we'd use because, I'll be honest, forgot the webcam that I was going to bring and set up. I can use my phone. That's the alternative. That's what we're seeing right now. But obviously, I know that the connection is a little bit more iffy, and this and that, and it might run out of charge and all of this. So, yeah, I mean, it's not the most ideal scenario, but it's what we've got to deal with this afternoon. So, yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. And there we go. Here's some karts revving up and ready to go out onto the circuit. And we're going to get ourselves underway for round number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. And this will be, again, one of those dual streams where we've got the commentary as well as the circuit commentary. So it's going to be a little bit of both. But I'm going to test that now. Hello. Is that working? It appears to be. Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 5 of your Rye House Pro Kart Championship. My name's Joseph Black. I'll be taking you through all of the action here today. And, well, before we get ourselves underway for the race, of course, we've got our qualifying session to do first. And then we'll have our racing action underway as soon as we can possibly get it, really, because, of course, that is exactly what we would want out of today's racing action. We want the racing, really. Of course, the qualifying is important, and, of course, we want to be able to see the qualifying, but then after that, it will be race day upon us, and then, it'll be all these... both the sessions done and dusted. They are, of course, right back out there. My name's Joseph Black, as I potentially previously mentioned. Don't quite remember exactly whether I did or not, but it's a pleasure to be back for today's action. It's been a little bit of a while. I'd say it's been about 3 months, I think, since I was covering the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, but it's always good to be back. And we're going to be back with style with a 15-minute qualifying session, and then following that, we're going to have a 4-hour race for ourselves to feast our eyes upon for round number 5 of this series. Of course, the midway through, as I'll set my camera back up for the stream right now, trying to make sure that it's got everything that I wanted in it. It's mostly that overtaking opportunity that I would like. There we go. And let's hope that everybody at the circuit can hear me as well. It doesn't look as though they can hear me that well, because it looks as though we're going to get our first... What on earth is that? There we go. That should be a little bit better for everybody. I know it's about 3 pixels currently. That should be a little bit better. Yeah, that looks absolutely fine as we can get ourselves underway. And we're going to get the timing up as well. Of course, we want our timing from the qualifying to the race, of course. But it doesn't look as though we're going to get the live timing on the screen at the moment. I'll try to sort that one out for you, ladies and gentlemen, as we go. But for now, say goodbye to the window captures. And while I do that, we'll talk about the racing action on the track as it happens. Because, of course, yeah, it will sort itself out in time. And at the moment, it looks as though it's going to be Brentwood Karting at the very top of this field. Can't find the live timing screen, in fact, so that will take me a couple of moments to be able to get. But then I'll be talking you through everything as it happens. There we go, that's what I've done. I've opened up the Rye House Kart Club. No, I've not opened up the Rye House Kart Club. That was the problem. But here we are, right. There we should go. I'll be able to get that one back up on the screen now for everybody. Oh, it never actually left. Okay. Well, either way, it's there now. My inability to do technical stuff in the heat of the moment. Either way. Yeah, we are looking forward to this round of racing. We've got 10 minutes left in our 15-minute qualifying session. We're a third of the way through the action right now. And as it stands, it's going to be on top at the Brentford Karting 32. DAD Racing number 7 finds themselves in second place, and the Purple Racing 5 in third. Helicopter Services in fourth place in the number 2, then Alessia Prime with the 42 in fifth place. Going Bananas in 11, in the 11 in sixth. And then 7th will be the number 6 of DR Autos. Then Project D, number 86, Shadow Racing, number 88, 36 Motorsports, number, guess what, 36. The 207 Orange Tree Racing Cart. Somebody's transponder's not working properly. They're in 12th place. Then it's the 36 Racing, number 63, because they're swapping around that number for now. Then looking further down the order, Monkey 37, GKD number 1, Camtech at number 50. BAAD number 39, Alveston Autos 10, another broken transponder right now. Then Wraith Racing number 21, Alessia number 40, then the 53 of March Racing, the 24 of the Red Spider Racing team, and then the 24th place right now is going to be the kart of the 77, the KTM kart. Currently rounding out that order as hopefully we'll get those transponders working and we can have a conversation about who actually is in those karts, because we want to be able to give them credit and we don't want them to be disqualified or anything like that, as I'm trying to adjust the camera a little bit. Try and find it. That's not the perfect place to put it, clearly. I had it so well set up before the stream. Now that I'm fiddling around with it, there we go. Is that moving? I don't think it's moving. Either way. Right, so 8 minutes and 40 seconds left in the session, and Brentwood Karting with another fastest lap at the top of the field. They've extended their gap, but DAD Racing number 7 wants to take it down. This would be an impressive qualifying session for Brentwood if they're able to take that pole position away, and at the moment they look the best set team to do so. DAD Racing, number 7, trying to close in. And with the personal best last time around, well, they have closed in a 40.262, so they're 0.017 off the back of our leaders at the moment. Although Purple Racing, number 5, up to the top. Brentwood Karting getting their best time as well, a 40.203 for them. But it's going to be the pole time so far for the Purple Racing 5 as the numbers come down. It's 40.161. It's 40.2 just over for the Brentwood Karting 32. Then it's the number 7 DAD Racing kart in third. GKD find themselves in fourth. Going Bananas in fifth, and DR Autos in sixth. Improvements from Going Bananas and DAD on the last lap, but there is not going to be improvements enough to catch up to Brentwood Karting and the Purple Racing 5 at the top of the order for now. So a strong qualifying session from them, especially the pros of the Brentford Karting team, who've gone quicker once again and are only 2,000ths off of the back of the Purple Racing 5 at the top of the order right now. So that's a good lap time. That's a lap time that they were waiting for. And we'll see whether they're able to just continue that momentum, keep themselves right up there at the top of the order and challenge for that pole position, because that's a very good time indeed. And one they'll be hoping to capitalise up on. Currently says unknown track 720, so I'm going to take that off for now, and then we'll see what happens with that one. 6 minutes 49 in the session left, and Alessia Prime have managed to set a good lap time on the board that gets them a little bit closer to the top two. It's a 40.188, so they're 0.027 off the back of the pole time. They're 0.025 off the back of Brentford Karting, because don't forget the two at the top of the field are split by just 0.02 at the moment. An impressive start from both the teams, especially because they've managed to keep themselves that close to each other. A very good start they hope to maintain throughout the course of this session. And there's not long left to go in this session, then 6 minutes and 15 seconds. And GKD Racing, a little bit of a cool down. Purple lap time from the Purple Racing 5, a 40.154 to see them up at the top, extending that gap. But don't forget, it was only 0.02 last time round. 0.002 even, now it's 0.009, so they've extended the gap by 7 thousandths of a second, but that was, I would say, is nowhere near enough. Impressively, the top 23 karts are split by 0.8 of a second. If you have a look at the top 10, they're split by 0.288. That is a very, very tight field indeed, and that is exactly what we hope to see at the House Pro Kart Championship. Everybody so closely split. 5:30 left in this qualifying session. It's the 5 and the 32 that have been duking it out all session long for that pole position, but Alessia Prime don't seem too far off the back of those top two right now. The DAD Racing car to 10th off of the back of the pole time, and so it's looking unlikely they'll be able to just squeeze their way in, but hey, you never know. They've been consistently into the 40s, which is exactly where they would want to be right now. We'll tick under the 5 minutes left to go, and 36 Motorsport have improved to 40.345. That puts them into the top 5 of the karts, but 0.2 off of the Purple Racing 5 on pole position right now. That is going to be, you know, for that little group of that little group of karts, that's a sizable gap. But still, they've got to be up there, and they are certainly in it to be up there right now. 40.345, a good lap time. Shadow Racing challenging for the top 10, just outside with the 40.452, their best time. That's 100th off of the top 10. That's 100th off of the BAAD Racing team, currently just inside that top 10. If we were looking at one of those qualifying sessions that was more towards the F1 style qualifying that we do occasionally, that would be a whole different scenario. But for now, that's going to be a good lap time just to take them closer. MPS Performance number 95, a 40.601 for them. That's going to take them a little bit further up in the order. That takes them up to 15th place, just ahead of the Orange Tree Racing number 207, who've just received a track limit warning. There's been 3 of those given out in this session. The Brentwood Karting number 32 and the Alpeston Autos number 10, both gaining them right at the start of the session, about 9-ish minutes ago now. So maybe a couple of minutes into the session, in fact, but still very early on into it. And very early on into the proceedings. The Alessia team, number 40, have moved their way up to 19th place. They've not actually gained any positions. They've gone, though, within 2 thousandths of the Camtech number 50 and 18th place, and they've set their personal best. So they're getting close. The gaps between all of the karts, basically nothing, as the Going Bananas team improved past the 36 Motorsport and the GKD Racing 36 and 1 respectively. The number 11 up into the top 5, 40.286 for them. That takes them 0.024 off the back of the DAD. That takes them over a 10th off the back of the Purple Racing 5, about a 10th and a quarter. So strong lap time from them. They could be a challenger. Late on in this session, we continue. They just continue pounding out lap times. The only karts even into the pits are going to be the DR Auto 6, the BAAD Racing number 39, who've just been knocked out of the top 10 by the 86 of Project D, who get a 40.401. Then also in the pit lane is going to be the Camtex, is going to be the Wraith Racing number 21, and will be the KTM number 77 that are currently in the positions of 18th, 22nd and 24th respectively. So all of those karts will be unlikely to improve with 2 minutes left in this racing session. But hey, you never know, they could make their way out of the pit and really start to fly away. But I find it unlikely, personally, that they'll be able to just hit the ground running particularly quickly. The Helicopter Services kart has gained 4 positions, in fact, with a good lap time of a 40.327. They go up into 6th place, but the DAD Racing kart up to 3rd, a 40.182 that takes them 6 thousandths ahead of the Alessia Prime. This could be the closest qualifying session of the season, and with 1 minute 47 left to go in the session, I wouldn't be surprised if that is exactly the case for these karts. The top 4 split by 0.034, just under a 10th behind is Alessia Prime, so they are still knocking on the door. They still want to make their headway into the top group, as the Purple Racing 5 is now into the pit lane. Will not be improving on that 1 minute 54, that 41.54 that took them to the top, but they were able to get within 4 thousandths at the end of that session, so consistent lap times is what's going to be crucial for them. Brentford Karting, number 32, in second place right now, keen to keep themselves up and running for this race and getting closer to that time at the top. 9 thousandths off the bat, and Brentford Karting have been beaten twice by that Purple Racing team, but hey, you never know, they could pull a lap out right at the very end. The GKD number 1 is going to move up to the top 5 at 40.282. That's going to be 4 thousandths quicker than the Going Bananas 11. That will be just under a tenth off the back of Alessia Prime for the top 2 rows of the field. The Purple Racing 5 is back out, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time to be able to set one more lap time. The Brentwood Karting 32 is in the pit lane, so they're all done and dusted for this qualifying session. I'm not sure whether anybody else is going to be able to improve and gain positions. The Slippery Bananas number 12 has jumped up in terms of lap time, but has not jumped up in terms of position. The Helicopter Services 2 is up into the top 5 at 40.226 for them. That takes them within 400ths of the top 2 rows of the field. An improvement for the 36 Motorsports as well, but they still remain in 8th place with a 40.326. So no improvements in terms of lap times for them. The Wraith Racing Kart with a 40.942. That keeps them in 22nd as they came out of the pit lane, and the checkered flag will be waved out there on the track, and we will see where everybody stacks up. It looks as though the Purple Racing 5 is going to be our pole kart for today. Round 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. The Brentwood Karting kart will be just the 9 thousandths off. They'll be alongside them on the front row. The DAD Racing 7 will be in 3rd place. They have not finished their session just yet, those top 3, but with the Brentford Karting and the DAD Racing karts both registered as in the pit lane, the Purple Racing 5 nowhere to be seen on the timing boards. I think that's going to be it for them, as well as 4th down to 9th have finished their sessions. 10th place Project D number 86 look like they've shored up their session and will remain in the top 10. The BAAD Racing number 39 in 11th. Then the checkered flag has been waved for the 12. Or the number 88 in 12th place at the moment, and the 63 in 13th. And then the 207 in 16th, the 40 in 17th, and then the 37 in 18th, the 21 in 19th. And then there we go, the checkered flag wave for all of the karts out there. So our qualifying session has come to an end, and we will see those karts now stack up in such an order that goes like this. The Purple Racing 5 on the front row of the field on that pole time, just 9 thousandths ahead of the Brentford Karting number 32 in 2nd place. Looking further down the order then, it will be the DAD number 7 who were just within 200ths of a second off the top 2, and then the Alessia Prime number 42 in 4th place. The Helicopter Services number 2 in 5th alongside the GKD Racing number 1 on the 3rd row of the field. Then it will be the Going Bananas 11 and the 36 Motorsport number 36, 7th and 8th. They'll be 2nd and 3rd in the Pro class as well, with Brentford Karting on the front row taking that Pro pole. And of course the Purple Racing 5 will be on the pole for the Super Pros, with the DAD 7 and the Alessia Prime 42. Not really needing an explanation for the Super Pros, but there we go. Then rounding out the top 10 will be the DR Autos number 6 and the Project D number 86. And then it will be the Clubman Class 1 and 2 with the number 39 of the BAAD Racing team in 11th and 1st in class. Then the Shadow Racing 88 in 12th and 2nd in class, before we get to a few more Pro karts. The 36 Racing 63 in 13th alongside the Alverson Autos 10. The MPS Performance 95 in 15th alongside the 207 of the Orange Tree Racing team. Then Alessia in 17th place in the 40. Monkey in 37 in 18th spot. And then the 21 of the Wraith Racing team in 19th, and the Camtech 50 rounds out the top 20. Slippery Bananas, number 12, takes 3rd place in class. March Racing in the 53 and 22nd, and then Red Spider Racing 24, and the KTM number 77 rounding out our 24 kart field. For today's action, gladly, we've got all the transponders working, and so we are able to bring you the exact grid. We're going to get ready for our 4-hour race day for ourselves and for everybody watching on at the track and at home as well, because there is a live stream going on right now. So if you want to keep that one on so you can watch on with the action, both with the commentary at the circuit, and then get yourself involved in the YouTube chat. You can do so on the Rye House YouTube channel as well. Just click on the live video. It'll be a nice little red ring around the logo when you find the Rye House YouTube channel, and then you can keep in touch with that. And also we've got the live timing screen on there, and we've got a good view of the middle of the circuit. Of course, slightly adjusted layout for today as we've got the pylon. That has been there's a little bit of work going down at that section of the track, so it changes the dynamics slightly. We'll see how the drivers compete with that in just a couple of minutes time. Green flag will be up very, very soon indeed, but first it will be that 24 kart grid that takes to the 720 meter circuit. Engines revving, and so the action ready to get underway. We are 4 minutes past 2 here at the Rye House Kart Raceway, and we're ready to get the action underway. We lost vision just for a moment because I wanted to adjust it one more time. Of course, I won't get the chance to adjust it during the race, so this is a good opportunity for me to do just that. Let's have a look at some of these carts. You can see just right down at the bottom of the circuit, but I think I would rather have a look at that. There we go. We can just have a look. There we go. I think that's a good happy medium. Rather than the carts getting themselves warmed up, and just all the tires and the drivers inside the carts as well. Everything linking up to head to a very, very good race day indeed. Very excited for it. Just a reminder then, our front row of the field, the Purple Racing number 5 and the Brentwood Karting number 32. Then it's the DAD Racing Kart number 7, and then the Alessia Prime 42, the Helicopter Services 3, the GKD Racing 1, then the 36 Motorsport number 36, and the Going Bananas number 11. Project D 86, then the DR Autos number 6, Shadow Racing number 88, and then the BAAD Racing number 39, the Addison Autos 10, the 207 Orange Tree Racing the 36, number 63, the Monkey 37, the MPS Performance 95, the Camtech 50, the Alessia 40, the March Racing 53, the Wraith Racing 21, the number 12 of Slippery Bananas, the number 24 of Red Spider Racing, and the number 77 of KTM. We're ready to get ourselves underway then for racing here for round number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, and here we go. The number 5 with a great start. He's going to lead the way at the front of the field into turn number 1. It looked more like DAD Racing. We're going to take second place away from Brentwood Karting, who started on the front row, and they've done just exactly that. And in fact, the DAD Racing kart is in the lead of the race. The 5 looking to challenge, the 32 trying to challenge him as well as they head down towards the change part of the circuit. The first time they've headed down towards Pylon, and it will be the DAD Racing kart that leads ahead of the Purple Racing 5, the Brentwood Karting number 32 in third place. And then everybody trying to filter their way through as we exit the end of the first lap, and it is going to be the number 7, who didn't get the greatest of starts, but got a better one than the Brentwood Karting number 32, was able to just bump draft the 5 into turn number 1, and looked like they may well have taken the outside line into turn 2. The sweep around all the way through and went up into the lead. The Helicopter Services number 3 is in 4th place. Are we going to get any late lunges? Yes, we are. The 50 making one on the 40. That's going to be the Camtech and the Alessia karts coming to battle further down the order. The Camtech kart back down to the inside and will retake that position. The 50 overtaking the 40 and jumping up into 15th place. They both gained on the start. Camtech, in fact, have gained their 5th position. What a start then for the number 50. What a start for the team in the Super Pro class, and the DAD Racing kart will lead us on to the next lap with the Purple Racing 5 having set the fastest. DR Autos number 6 gaining on the number 11 and improving past the Going Bananas team as they all stack their way up early on. It looks as though there's going to be a top 6 pack as the 63 looks to the inside of the 10. This is for the 12th place position, and he's going to make his way through. The 39 looking to challenge as well. The BAAD Racing team trying to make a move on the back of the 10. Can't quite do so just yet, but they are challenging each other right now on the circuit, and there's certainly a challenge going on for the front of the field. The DAD Racing team are the number 7 leading the way. The Purple Racing 5 set the fastest lap on lap number 2. What about lap 3 then? It's going to swing back in the favour of the paces on the DAD Racing team, but not by much, as the Project D86 is past and up into the top 9 is going to get through on the Going Bananas. 11 up into the top 10 is going to remain the 11. And then the 63 and the 10, of course, as I mentioned, made a move. It's the number 37, a very late lunge on the 40. The 12 tries to make the way through as well. That's the Monkey team and the Slippery Bananas team trying to make their way through on the Alessia Prime, or the Alessia even, that has had a very interesting start of the race, it's fair to say. And then the 24 is coming under pressure from the Wraith Racing team. So lots going on within the first few laps. Lots going on within the first few minutes as everybody jostles for position. And the D&E Racing team lead the way 2/10 of a gap between themselves and the Purple Racing 5, who sat on that pole position. But then, I mean, they had a good start. I'm not quite sure how they managed to drop down into turn 1. Either way, they did. And it was going to be the Purple Racing 5 that dropped right in behind. The number 11 having a look on the back of the number 6 of the DR Autos team. So the 86 looks as though they've either made away or fallen back. I can't quite see where they are on the circuit. What I can see is the 24 going alongside the 40. The Red Spider Racing team hoping to make a move on the Alessia team that have had a dramatic start. And somehow they've gone from 17th to 17th. But they have had jumps and drops. I think they've had the most interesting of all the starts so far, but everybody through cleanly. And the Purple Racing 5 was the fastest lap of the race, hoping to challenge into the third quarter on the racetrack. Not quite yet. Is there going to be a move on then into the hotly contested braking zone of turn number 5? Not quite yet. We'll just wait behind as they head down towards Pylon and stay in sequence. The Pylon new section is very interesting. We'll touch on it plenty of times throughout the course of this race, I am sure, because it's going to change the dynamics of this race. It's a different overtaking opportunity. Lots of drivers sort of back out, really, as they head into the left-hander that they go into regularly. Now that it's a right-hander, it may well be a slightly different scenario. Now the Purple Racing 5 challenging just the whole time. And the Brentwood Karting team just staying within it at the moment. The gap is 1.6 between the top 3 and the next kart, which might change soon. At the moment, it is going to be the Helicopter Services team, but as GKD go down the inside, they make their way through. The Alessia Prime team tried to follow through as well. Here's going to be the first side-by-side that we've seen into that segment, and there's contact between the Helicopter Services team and the Alessia Prime. And I think it's fair to say that that may well be a racing incident as they try to learn that segment of the track. The Alessia Prime looked like they tried to take to the apex a little bit too early, and the Helicopter Services team couldn't really see much. We may well have just seen a switch for the lead. We have just seen a switch for the lead as the DAD Racing team number 7 has dropped down from first to third in turn number 1. And it's going to be the Purple Racing 5 that re-inherit the lead. It's going to be the Brentwood Karting team that re-inherit P2. And they will maybe just swap around in the next few laps. It's the 12 and the 24, the Red Spider Racing team and the Slippery Bananas that are fighting further down the order. The 24 looking for the switch back, but just tucking back in. I think that's sensible as they learn that segment of the track right now. Of course, they're fighting over third place in the Clubman class, and they're giving it a go here to really duke it out. The number 5 then back in control of this race, had control into turn 1 ever since then. They relinquished it to the number 5, or to the number 7 even. They are the number 5, but then they gained it right back. The number 6 trying to challenge the DR Autos team, having to go up the 36, but not quite ready to challenge just yet. Not quite feeling as though they're close enough. And I mean, they really make that decision as they head down towards the turn number 5. They have to make that decision as to whether they're going to commit to the move or back out, because you're going to lose time if you do commit to the move. And so they just didn't feel as though it was necessary, which you can ultimately understand. Personal best for the Brentwood Karting team last time out in the 32, and looking to challenge for that lead once again. Held it, of course, at no point throughout the course of this one, but they've looked to challenge it lap after lap after lap. The 39 on the back of the 207, looking for a challenge. It looks as though the BAAD Racing team are going to continue in that 14th place, just trying to hold on to the coattails of the 50. If the Camtech team can break free, then they've got to build their way up further up the order. It'll be the 36, number 63. That's not going to get confusing at all. Looking to challenge right up there. And, well, the 32 of the Brentwood Karting team hoping to challenge with the Purple Racing 5, but was slower last time out than the team in third place. The Purple Racing 5 set the fastest lap of the race last time around. The 86 on the back of the 3, hoping to make a move for this position right now. Has already started to challenge further up the order. There was a move in that little pack last time around. So you never know. It could still be on. There could still be overtakes. This is, of course, the early portion of this race. Within the first 10 minutes, as the Brentford karting team set the fastest lap, and we do get confirmation that the Alessia Prime 42 has moved up. So, hey, you never know. They could be just swapping around positions to try and see whether they can save their energy, because, of course, it is a 4-hour race. There will be driver changes later on. But the longer they can extend this first stint historically, that seems to have been the way that they have wanted to race around this circuit. The Purple Racing 5 leads us on to the 12th lap of this race. It's about a 40-second lap time for our leaders. It's 41s further back, 42s even further back at the back. And, well, once again, the Brentford karting team finding themselves the quicker of the 3 leading cars and finding themselves looking for that move. They've been, I'd say, inconsistent, but they have been the quickest team of those 3 so far. They've had the quickest lap times, but they have also had the slowest lap times. They want to just shore it up and settle into the race a little bit better to find themselves making their way through and making their way up into position and into the lead of the race for this first time. Of course, don't forget, they are not even in the Super Pro class. They are in the Pro class. They're doing a stellar job at the moment to fight it out with, of course, those who are, by definition, going to be that little bit faster. And everybody in the top 7, apart from them, are going to be in the Super Pros. And everybody in the top 10, apart from them, the GKDs have set their personal bests. The Going Bananas team trying to hold on to the coattails of the 86. Hasn't quite been able to do so at the moment. They hold second in class in the pros. And the number 11 is going to be about 3 seconds off the back of the 86 as the 40 and the number 12, the Alessia and the Slippery Bananas, have had a fantastic race so far. They've had a very dramatic opening portion, and it doesn't look to be stopping anytime soon. The fastest lap was set on lap 13 from the Purple Racing 5. That doesn't look to be any different than it was before. And, well, they just continue to be faster. The DR Autos team gaining a place on the 36 Motorsports number, actually 36 last time around. And they're hoping to just keep that momentum going and hold station for now in position. As the timing's about 7 minutes behind. I don't know. There we go. Now it's updated. So a very good start then for our top 3. The gap between them and 4th place is currently 4.259. As we've got our lap record from the Brentford Karting 32. It's going to be a 14.142, which is the fastest lap in class ever and the fastest lap of this race so far. Really starting to challenge with our race leaders right now. Really hassling them on pace-wise and has made them speed up. The Purple Racing 5 did settle into a rhythm of 40.2s, 40.3s. Now they're being forced into the low 0.2s and the high 0.1s. So they're really just pushing each other on at the top of the field. The March Racing number 53 looks as though they may well have ducked into the pit lane. Hope everything's all good with that car down there. They seem to be inspecting it, having a little look at it. They started further down in the order. They started 22nd in this race. And, well, they held 22nd all the way up until lap 15, which is when they came into the pit lane. The 95 as well, sitting in the lane, as the Monkey 37 has made their way through. In fact, the Alverson Autos car looks as though they may well be a third car into the pit lane. There we go. There is another kart into the box. So early on in this race, a few karts boxing. Very interesting indeed to see. I'll try to note those down because historically I've not been very good at keeping a track on who's boxed and who's not. So I'm going to give it my best shot here today to try to keep track of it because I have been a little bit clueless heading towards the end of races before. I will freely admit that one now, but I can be pretty confident in the Alverson Autos and, well, the MPS Performance, as the MPS Performance has actually moved up into 22nd place. I can be confident that the March Racing 53 finds themselves in the box. And has the MPS Performance box just yet? It doesn't look as though they have. They've gained another position though, and they're hoping to gain them all back up. Not a great start for the 95, it has to be said. 15th place down to 22nd. The 207 Orange Tree Racing kart as well has dropped down from 16th to 21st. And they are two big losers off the race start. The biggest winners off of the race start are going to be the Slippery Bananas 12, who've gained 4 positions, as well as, of course, the Red Spider Racing 24 and the KTM 77. In terms of people that have not benefited of the misfortunes of the Alveston Autos and the March Racing teams, well, that'll go to Project D, who find themselves in 7th place. 3 places up on their start then, the 36 Racing 63 and Shadow Racing 88, both gaining positions, but the 36 Racing gaining 3. And actually, didn't even spot the Camtech 50. They've gained 7 off of this race start, so partially down to a little bit of luck for the 50. They were 20th at the start of this race, and they've gained from the misfortunes of the Alveston Autos and the March Racing team, but also at the same time, they had to be there in the right positions to capitalise, and they've done just that. Just having a look at for our race leaders then, as there's going to be a move on for the 207. Fighting with, that claims to be the number 50. So it may well be the 207 looking to unlap themselves. That's an interesting one indeed. Yeah, it looks as though we had a couple of karts that had issues on the start. It's the 207 and the 95 who are the ones that I would say had those issues, both in the pro class and both being noted down so that I don't forget just that later on. But it has been a fantastic start for the Purple Racing 5. Started to build up a gap at the top of this field. A 1.1 last time they crossed the beam, as they kept themselves within that sort of range of the 0.1s, 0.2s, and now the Brentford Karting 32 and the DAD Racing Kart both having dropped back into the 0.3s or even the 0.4s. So a good start for them as well, but they haven't quite been able to keep up. Also not helping, they are lapping for the first time. They've got the March Racing number 53 that has made it back out onto the road. They're going to be starting their race and starting to be lapped for the first time, and there goes the 53. In fact, spinning around at the final corner on this racetrack, seemingly struggling with something, and apologising to everybody coming through and lapping, saying there's not much they could do about it. So I'm not sure what they are struggling with, but it certainly cost the 32 a little bit of time, the number 7 as well. Number 5 massively benefiting off of it. The gap is now 1.7 seconds between first and second place. The closest fight out there on the road is GKD Racing. They lead it in the number 1, and then it's the 42 of Alessia Pride, the number 3 of Helicopter Services, and the number 86 of Project D. They're all split by just under, I'd say that's just over even 0.8 of a second, or 0.6 even if I can do my maths correct. So that's a good start, and a battle that is certainly brewing. The 42 down the inside of the 1 for the lead of that group. The GKD Racing Kart is going to pull back ahead, but the 42 continues to have the inside line. Is he going to be able to make his way through? Short answer, no. The long answer is that he's going to be under pressure from the 3. Nobody makes a move into the new pylon section for now. Nobody feeling confident enough in the bike and in their placement, or the karts even, in their placement of the kart, to be able to hold safe. Can you tell that I've been doing a decent amount of bike commentary recently? Anyway, personal best for the DR Autos on lap 23. The number 6 was into the 40.4s, back up into the 40.5s. But that means that they can keep the pressure on the Going Bananas team. They've been quicker than at the number 11 for 2 laps in a row now. I want to try to keep it going. There's a Brentford Karting team quicker last time around. a 40.176, which was about half a tenth quicker than the Purple Racing 5. That might not sound like much, but in the progression of a whole race, that is a decent amount. Because, of course, don't forget, we've got really, really short lap times here today at the Rye House Kart Raceway. 40 seconds. So, about average, in fact, for the karting scene. But a little bit different because, of course, don't forget, this is a shorter circuit than it normally would be. Because of the fact that they've changed the pylon section, there's a heavier braking zone down there, but it's a less sweeping corner than we would usually have. So last time's fastest lap was a 41.481. That's been beaten by, I believe, almost everybody out there on the road. In fact, it has, apart from, I believe that's 3 different karts that haven't been able to beat it. Oh no, everybody has beaten it. Pretty much everybody on the last lap even has beaten it, which is where the discrepancy lay. I was looking at the last lap time, so everybody has been able to beat it. And the MPS Performance 95 getting ready to go back underway. 3.9 off the back of the 207. They are one of 3 karts that have been lapped, but are not significantly down. The 53 of the March Racing team is currently 5 laps down, but they know that there's a long way to go in this race. So that's why they are more than happy to just keep going with their pace at the moment, because they know that they can be decently quick right now. And they're going to keep themselves on for the moment. Although they've headed back into the pit lane, in fact. So there's also moved further down the pack as the 63 is defending. The 88 is defending as well, as they both make their way through and lapping on the KTM at number 77. The first time that they've headed through on that kart further down in the order. I'm sure there'll be plenty of times that they will get tripped over the lap traffic throughout the course of this race. The gaps have stabilised between the top 3 drivers. It's going to be 1.6 seconds between the Brentwood Karting number 32 and our leader, the Purple Racing 5. Then there's going to be about 0.7 of a second between the 32 and the number 7 for second and third place. So looking comfortable right now for them. The 77 letting the 207 and the 36 through. And the 207 is going to be lapped, but they are currently holding station. They're not letting the 36 through as easily as I'm sure they would like. But of course, they have no obligation to let them go. They just have to know that they're faster and make their way through. And if they get stuck behind, well, that's their time lost. That's time lost for that kart. And so they've got nobody to blame, really, but themselves, which is, of course, somebody they don't really want to be able to blame. So in that case, just find that position, get back up, claim those positions back, and claim that time back later on into the race. The 36, number 63, with the fastest lap of their race so far of 40.567. And at the moment, the fastest laps in each class stand thusly. The Brentwood Karting number 32 with a 40.142. That's a lap record for them. And then they've got the Purple Racing 5 with a 40.7174. They are our leaders, but they are not the fastest lap holders in the Super Pros. That will go to the DAD Racing team in third place, who are only 7/10 off the back of second, as the 42 and the 1 continue to duke it out for position. And it looks as though the 42's got the same approach. It's down to the inside at turn number 5, and then going back to the going back for the switchback, just trying to get the exit down. The GKD Racing team, time again, the GKD Racing driver has been able to hold on. Another pitter from that group. So that turns that fight from a battle of 3 to a battle of 4. With the GKD Racing driver leading us on to the next lap. The Alessia Prime 42 and the Helicopter Services 3. But the Project D number 86 into the pit lane for the first time. And that will certainly be interesting to keep the progression on, because they've, of course, gone for that undercut in the first stint. 22 minutes completed for them as they're into the pit lane. Hopefully no issues for them. And then back out onto the circuit to head out to their 33rd lap of racing in just a couple of moments' time. They will have the issue of people trying to go through and lap them, but at the same time, then they'll be able to just keep up with drivers further up. So it's kind of a mixture for the team at the moment. It's a mixture of issues, and they're just going to see what they can do. And it's issues that they've placed upon themselves because they feel as though that's going to average out and be the best strategy throughout the course of this race. So who am I to doubt them? The Project D team that are back now out onto the circuit in 19th place. They've got the Red Spider Racing team for company just 5 seconds up the road. And they'll be trying to close that gap as they continue through. They may well have lost another position as well. Can't quite spot them out on the road in the 86. The team that have now just decided to devote themselves to last place in class because they wanted that undercut. We'll see where they stand. The 11 and the number 6 ready to go to battle for 7th place. The 36 in the 63 and the Shadow Racing 88 looking to do the same thing as well. So battle's starting to brew further down in the order, and the 36 is actually all over the back of the 207 going through and hoping to lap for the first time in this race. The Project D team, well, they were 5.5 when they came out of the pit lane. Their gap to the Red Spider Racing team was then 4.4, or 5.4 even. Now it's 4.5 as they head on to their 34th lap of racing. It's the 35th for our leaders, and I'm sure they'll be rejoining that pack at some point soon. But it's interesting to see that they've had a switch as once again the 42 to the inside. Once again, the number 1 goes for the up and under and makes their way through. And this time it could be a good run for the number 3. Just stays waiting in behind for the time being. But again and again, the same approach from the number 1, or from the 42 even. And this time, it looks as though it may well have paid off. The 1 didn't get the traction. The 1 didn't get what they wanted out of turn number 4. And so there is a switch for position. It's going to be the 42. Finally, after lap after lap after lap of trying to make their way through at turn number 4, eventually it was turn 5 where they were able to make their way through and up a position into 4th place. The Helicopter Services team pouncing upon that as well, and being the first team, I think, that I've seen at least, to make their way through at turn number 6, the new turn 6. And they make their way up a position as well. Are we seeing the Camtech 50 in the pit lane right now? I think we indeed are, and that is going to be the second of the Super Pros to dive into the pit lane. So they are going for an early stop. They're going for a big undercut on the rest of their competitors. And I'm forgetting every time to use the right pen because that one's out. Britain Karting, who of course have the lap record on Alpha Live, even if it's not necessarily the right time, because it says that it's an unknown track rather than the Rye House kart raceway we know and love, because of course the different format. Well, they have set a lap time that goes within 1,000th of the best lap time of all. They set a 40.143 on lap number 37 of this race. The Alpeston Autos team back out there on the road, and they have been able to re-overtake the number 53 up into 23rd place for them. They're 16 laps down on our race leader and 12 laps down on the Camtech 50 in 22nd place. So they've got their work cut out to get themselves back involved in this race. The fastest lap, personal best at least, for the 63 last time around. The 36 racing team getting up and holding 9th place. They've done well early on, qualifying 13th and gaining those positions, which now they've made their way into and remain in position. Then we are going to continue going. We've got 3 warnings for drivers early on in this race, very early on, in fact, it was right at the very start. We had a contact warning for the number 12 Slippery Bananas team. Then we had a warning of no real description on the race control of Alpha Live for the 39 BAAD racing team, and then a contact warning for the 36 Motorsport. Dare I say the BAAD team, that was for track limits, but don't quote me on that one because I may well be wrong. Personal best for the Helicopter Services 3 and the Going Bananas number 11 right now. That's 5th and 7th place respectively, so not doing too badly. The 3 is going to be closing up to the back of the 42 and hoping to gain that position in the lead of that group, trying to do a la Redwood Karting, what they did earlier on. The Alessia Prime team holding station for the time being at 100, splitting the 2 in terms of the pace, so holding right very close to the back and wanting to make an overtake very, very soon. A shiny livery for that team, a very striking one for the Helicopter Services. It glints as they head through on this sunny day here at the Rye House Kart Raceway, and so they are very, very striking indeed. It's good to see a number of striking liveries out there, as we have been known to see. The Camtech 50 still sitting in pit lane according to the timing screen. I'm not sure whether the March Racing 53 is going to go back out there. They've not packed up and gotten ready to go, but they have been sitting in the pit lane for an incredulously long amount of time. Another fastest lap for the Brentford Karting teams. They close in on the back of the number 5 and might well be challenging for the race lead some point very, very soon indeed. It's a good start from them. And the Purple Racing 5 setting a 40.4 last time out. They will be under pressure as I try to locate both those cars on the circuit. There was only a tenth between them last time out. And the fastest lap from the Purple Racing 5, well, that's going to ward off any pressure for the time being. A 40.093 is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered for the number 5 at the moment, with the Brentford Karting team chasing in behind. Then there's a 2.3 second gap back to the DAD Racing team, who aren't quite in contention for the lead just yet. But it's fair to say it's a very good start. The 42 on the back of the 24, looking for a move. The 3 looking to lap both of them, and it's the number 6 down the inside of the number 14. And that's not going to be, or that's the number 11, in fact. I've read those numbers wrong, so that is going to be a move for position. The DR Autos team passing the Going Bananas 11 and jumping up into 6th place. Jumping up, just gaining a bit more time on their competitors in the Pro class. They are, of course, in currently 6th place overall after that move on the GKD. Nope, they are 2nd place in class, and they are now 7th place overall, and hoping to close down on the GKD Racing team. 7.8 the gap at the moment, so I find it unlikely they'll be able to gain that in. In the meantime, by the way, the leaders, there's about 4 tenths between the number 5 at the top of the field and the number 32 in 2nd place. The DAD Racing team nowhere near 2.5 seconds off the back, which at this stage of the race is a big gap for them to hold. An update, by the way, on the Project D team. They are now trying to chase down back onto the lead lap. They're about 8 tenths off of it. Not sure why the stream's gone dead. Apologies for that one, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to get that as soon as I can. Well, the stream's not gone dead, but the viewing has gone dead. I'll fix that one as soon as I possibly can. We cross over the first half an hour mark, and so just to give you an update on where everybody sits on the field at the moment, it's going to be the Purple Racing 5 in the lead of the race. The Brentford Karting, number 32, once again, consistency marring their start early on. They've got a very, very strong pace indeed. They're just not able to hold it consistently. They sit in 2nd, but just 2,000 off of the race, or 200s even off of the race lead. We feel as though they'll be able to compete soon if they do shore up that consistency and settle back down into the race. The 32 makes their way through on the 21 and looks to continue their lapping through the field. Then it will be the DAD Racing number 7 in 3rd place, the Alessia Prime 42 in 4th, and the Helicopter Services number 3 rounding out the top 5. The GKD Racing number 1 in 6th place. They've had a good fight with the Alessia Prime and the Helicopter Services teams, and also had a good fight with Project Duke, who I'll mention later. They are in 6th place. The DR also is number 6 in 7th. No joke intended. Then the Go Bananas number 11 in 8th. The 36 number 63, not to make it confusing at all, in 9th. And then rounding out the top 10 will be our clubman leaders, the Shadow Racing number 88. Then the 36 Motorsport number 36 actually in 11th. The BAAD Racing team number 39, they're in 12th. The Alessia 40 in 13th place. And then it will be the Slippery Bananas number 12 in 14th. The Wraith Racing 21 in 15th place at the moment, and the Monkey team in 16th. Then we go down to our pitters, and we've got the Project D number 86 that finds himself in 17th, and that is actually the Wraith Racing team have been able to swap with the Slippery Bananas for that 14th place. The Project D team are now closing in on the back of the Monkey Monkeys, now 6.2 off the back after 8/10 gain on the previous lap time. They pitted early, they went for the undercut on the fight they were on, which was the Alessia Prime, the Helicopter Services, and the GKD Racing team. And then the Red Spider Racing team in 18th place. The 207 Orange Tree Racing team are in 19th, and then rounding out the top 20 will be the MPS Performance. 21st will be KTM, number 77. 22nd will be Camtech with the number 15, who've had some issues here today and find themselves 10 laps down. And then the Alveston Autos team and March Racing. They've had problems. They both dived into the pit lane more than once. I'm not sure, especially the 53, whether we'll be seeing them again in this race, because they have been sitting in the pit lane quite a while. They haven't retired from the race. They haven't made their way back to their van and packed up the car, but they just seem to be inspecting it. They have been inspecting it for a while. They're 29 laps down on our leaders. And they are 22 laps, no, 18 laps even off the back of Camtech, then a further 8 laps off the back of all of the karts that haven't had particular issues in this race. So I find it unlikely whether they'll be able to get back in, but you never know. Because they could be looking to get to the end of the race for the points. Points are crucial, of course. And, well, we haven't touched on them in the first half an hour or so of this race. So just have a look at the greater depth of this championship, if I can bring up the points they're on at the moment. Then RXBK 2026. Well, we find in the... Well, we've got multiple different results in this. Anyway. Are they saying the same thing? Looks like they are, so we'll work off a bit. The Red Spider Racing, number 24, leads the way in the Clubman class. They have 115 points to their name. KTM in second place have they're 77 with 100 points right there. Then the BAAD Racing team find themselves in third place, having already picked up a point from today. And the Shadow Racing 88 in fourth place. The Slippery Bananas in fifth in the number 12. And then the JZ Racing Clubman in the 157 in sixth. Then the Door Fitters with just one round competing, and they find themselves in seventh. We've actually only had 2 teams competing in all the rounds. Shadow Racing skipped out on round number 2. The Slippery Bananas team skipped out on the first round of the season. And the BAAD Racing team missed out on round 3. Of course, they do have the drop round, so they can take it. And they can take it and run, and that's exactly what they'll be hoping to do then. Looking at the pro class with the 36 Motorsport number 162 that find them, or number 36 that find themselves at the top with 7-point lead over Alveston Autos in second place. So for the number 10, this issue that they have today could be absolutely championship defining. Although in fairness, they may well just decide that they don't need this race. They of course have the drop round, but it does mean that they haven't got much room for error later on. The Brentwood Karting team in third place in the 32, then the DR Autos at number 6 in fourth. Alessia 40 in fifth place, and then the March Racing team in sixth in the 53. The Going Bananas 11 in seventh place, and the Orange Tree Racing kart in eighth in the championship. And then the Wraith Racing number 21 with 114 points. Then the MPS Performance 95 round out the top 10 karts in that field, and all the karts who've competed all of the rounds. JZ Racing Pro number 158 missed out on round number 3, and it looks as though they're going to be missing out on this round as well. And then you've got the Cobb Builders, the number 84, who came in the last 2 rounds, did decently, but have not showed up today. The Focus Racing 19 with just the 1 round of the championship. Then the Stratus Racing 26, and then the 36 Racing 63, who are making their debut this season for round number 5 of 9. So we are crossing over the halfway mark of the season. And, well, we are having a look at a few of the the teams further down in the further up in the order, even in the Super Pro class. It's the Purple Racing 5 that leads the championship there. The GKD Racing team just the 5 points off of the back right now. Then the Project D at number 86 in third place. Helicopter Services find themselves in fourth in the number 2. Camtech in fifth in the 50, and then sixth place will be the Alessia Prime team with the number 42 carried on their car. Looking further down in that group, it will be the DAD Racing at number 7, the number 37 of the Monkey team in 8th, and then there's a slight bit of a problem because the Purple Racing 5 has not been listed under the Purple Racing 5 name today. They have instead been listed as a new team, so they do have that 6-point buffer now over the GKD Racing team because of the fact they took that 1.4 pole position. And, well, I've been nattering for a very long time about those points. So just an update on all the positions. And it will be Purple Racing 5 still at the top. The Brentwood Karting team now 1.8 off of the back. And then battle still going on for third place. DAD Racing holding on to it. But Alessia Prime for fourth place. Helicopter Services for fifth. They are scrapping it out. They've managed to lose the GKD Racing team just that little bit more over the last few laps with them just setting mid-40s, while the Alessia Prime team and the Helicopter Services team have been setting 40.3. So they've been gaining by about 2 or 3 tenths every single lap. They've been improving by about 2 or 3 tenths every single lap. And so that means that they've been picking up those positions and picking up that track position, stay right ahead for the time being. The Project D team are going to be, and they have actually caught up to the back of the 87, wanting to make that move at some point soon. Or sorry, the 37 they're on the back of, and they're wanting to make that move at some point very soon. And where can they find the opportunity? Just behind them is going to be the 42 and the 3, the Alessia Prime and the Helicopter Services cars looking to that. Is this going to be the chance they've wanted to make their way through, to make their jump up? Are they going to use those who are trying to lap them in behind its courtesy to let them go? They're not going to have courtesy when they're duking it out for position, and a position that could be very important. They head down towards turn number 1, and they'll try to remain right in the slipstream of the 37. Just 0.035 as they headed down towards turn 1, so they were able, these cars. Not that we've had a consistent order, really, because, I mean, it's just been such a close championship throughout the course of the years of it. And my first involvement was last year, and it's always good to see the grid building and all of the drivers in it just continuing. We see plenty of similar karts heading out here week in, week out, or month in, month out even, which is always great to see. And, well, I mean, when I told my anecdote about the GKD Racing and the Helicopter Services teams last time around, well, they continue to race in this one. The Helicopter Services team, of course, not the reigning champions. It is the GKD team who carry that number 1 mantle and hold on to position for now. As we get a few more karts lapping through and coming through to lap. Is that going to be the Project D kart into the pit lane once more for their second mandatory stop? But of course, I think it may well be an unenforced one for them. They have certainly dropped down the order. As we are seeing the race leaders into the pits. So I just start talking about the pit stops, and it suddenly gets very interesting indeed. The number 5 just making their way down the pit lane for the first time in this race. We've ticked over an hour and 10 minutes, and Brentwood Karting setting their personal bests of the race, setting their class fastest lap of the race, because they realise that now is the opportunity for them to try to continue their momentum all the way up and hold on to that position of the lead by the time they head into the pit lane as well. And, well, where are they going to come out? Our race leaders, they're going to head out into 9th place, as I believe Brentwood Karting also into the box. Indeed, they are. They may well get caught up, actually, with the Orange Tree Racing team just about let go ahead of them. But that could have been very dicey between the two. I think they were both being pushed along at the same time, but in 207 just had some issues getting going once again. I don't think they revved the engine up enough, and now it looks as though they will be able to, yeah, there we go. We're getting ourselves going again in the 207 car. That would be down in 19th place. That could have had huge ramifications for the race overall. It won't in the end, it doesn't seem. But that could have been a very touchy moment indeed for those two karts. Of course, don't forget, even if they are at very different stages of the race, they could still have a dramatic cost in this race. And that is what they will want to be avoiding. They don't want to have too much of an effect on the lead battle. Another kart into the pit lane, the number 12, the Slippery Bananas, and that is very much going to be the pit window open, the first of the Clubman class to dive in, and we've got somebody else coming into the pit lane right now. They had their hand up just before they headed down towards the final segment on this racetrack. Not quite sure who that would be. We're about to find out in just a couple of moments' time who that is who came back into the pit lane. It looks like a regulation stop, and it looks like it's going to be the Alessia Prime 42 that sits currently in second place. That won't last for very much longer because, of course, they sit in the pit lane for their first mandatory stop of the day. They've made their way in and they will be hoping not to lose too many places. If the projections are going to be as they are, they're going to come out in around 11th to 12th place. Brentford Karting had a fantastic pit stop, so clearly they didn't do much to that kart at all. They find themselves in 5th place. They find themselves now in what will be the pseudo lead of the race, with the gap between themselves and the Purple Racing number 5 being about 11 seconds. And that will be to the good of the 32. So leading the way at the moment is going to be the Brentford Karting kart, and that is going to be a fantastically important period of this race as they head through the next hour. 2 hours, 46 minutes left in this one. And, well, we see our leaders in the having all boxed. We've got another kart into the lane. Is that going to be BAAD potentially? No, it's the DR Autos, number 7. And also into the box as the Brentford Karting team look as though they're still having problems. That would be a massive shame. The timing tower would suggest they are not out on the circuit right now. We can only hope that they are, because that would be taking an underdog really out of the fight for the lead of the race. An underdog by definition, as they are, of course, in that pro class. I'm just trying to have a look now down at the pit lane. See whether they are down and whether they are at panic stations. There is somebody in the box. That's not going to be the 32. That is going to be, I believe, the 95 of the MPS Performance team. Terrible, tricky even first lap for them. A tricky first lap for the 207 as well. They've looked to try to recover throughout the course of this race. They've done pretty okay at doing so. Is that going to be the 63 into the lane as well? So very much pit stop time. Very much frenzy in the lane, as yes, it is indeed the 63 into the box. Just a reminder of George Russell down there in the lane. I'm not sure whether that's intentional, because of course they are 36 by definition. So the smart second number for that team would be the 63, which of course they have opted for. But either way, they are in the pit lane right now. And so I just headed down. There's another driver into the box. So very similar box times for a lot of these teams. Who is that down in the pit lane? Is that going to be the number... Well, the 32 has managed to make their way back out onto the track, by the way. They're 2 laps down on everybody else. They are chasing in on the 86 of the Project E team. And that is a crying shame, because they've had a fantastic race so far. And for them to be seemingly down and out is a big shame. Yeah, I was absolutely right. It is the number 7 of the DAD racing team who did dive into the pit lane. So plenty of the main contenders, the top 3 all in the Super Pro class, all having come into the pit lane. The Bregman team as well having done the same thing. But for them, it's going to be a massively different scenario. They've just changed their race entirely. It's the 37, also, I believe, into the box, the Slippery Bananas team. Nope, the Monkey team. 2 very similarly related names, and it will be the Monkey team who will drop from 11th place in the 37. Where will they come out onto the track once again? Looks like it'll be behind Brentford Karting, who are on the back of Project D. 2 very quick teams at the moment. And DAD Racing, they're back out in what looks as though it will be 4th place. Where is the 36 then? Out there on track, or the 32 even find themselves right in the thick of a pack. They've got the 40 just ahead of them. That will be an irrelevant team in terms of their fight. Before that, they've got the 63 who they are challenging with, and they want to make their way through. You can see the desperation, the alternate lines that are being taken as they fight their way up the order once again. Crucial times then for Brentford Karting, as into the pits as well comes the 88, second place at the moment in the Clubman class. The only team to stay out there is the BAAD Racing team in that pack. And, well, it looks as though they've dived into the box as well. As the 39 making their way in, the 24 and 77 haven't seen signs of the Red Spider Racing team or the KTM team jumping into the box. They've just gradually gained positions as a result of everybody else boxing. But they might well be going for a longer first stint, which we've seen from a number of our teams. So it's a little bit surprising. Because that's what they do typically throughout the course of the season. They go for that overcut of the first stint. They put their drive with the best endurance in first. So it has been surprising, especially from the 86, because I don't think they had any problems with their car. They just opted, it seemed, to go for it and to make the switch. With about 20 minutes gone in the race. So a very intriguing decision indeed. I think it's fair to say from them. So I'm just trying to get all my notes right so I can refer to them later on. GKD Racing have indeed been in the pit lane the one time, with number 2 as well. Where are they in the order currently? Well, I think I've written down 2 and I meant 3 with the helicopter services team. That would make a lot of sense. What about the 11? Have they boxed? I've mentioned the majority of the teams to box in fairness. The 11 in the lead of the race, the Going Bananas team, have not boxed yet. They've got an 11-second buffer at the top of the field with DAD in second place. Then second place in their class is the 36 Motorsport team. They haven't boxed either. And the only other team I haven't got noted down as having boxed is the 40 in that class, which is third place in class. And you can see why, because they haven't boxed either. What about the 24 and the 77? Have they been into the lane at any point? The 24 has the Red Spider Racing team. What about the KTM? Yes, they have. They have just come into the pit lane. So I'll keep my eye on that one as much as I can, folks. As the 36 Motorsport is now into the box for the first time. Alessia and Bram setting their personal best, so don't count them pace-wise out just yet. So they've done a fantastic job so far to sit where they are. And, well, their driver's still pumping in personal best at this point in the race, though. Clearly got some pace in reserve. but it has been a strong start to this race, and now we're just getting settled into it with roughly an hour and a half gone. With the top few carts making way for, I think, they're kind of more endurance drivers for the middle stint. I think we're going to be seeing a long while for these drivers in this order right now. And who can blame them? I mean, they had a good start. They just want to settle in now and make sure they're not doing too badly in terms of losing too much time before they continue on with their race. And they continue on in position. It has been a good race so far from plenty of these bikes out there on their own, and they only look set to continue as they head through. The Go Bananas team finally ducking into the pit lane on what will be lap number 121 of this race. They were in the lead of it. They've succumbed it now to number 7, and they were one of the last 4 teams to box. Alessia have boxed this time around, or last time around even, so that's number 40, and then that just leaves 24 of the Red Spider Racing team. The only team to not have boxed just yet. And they find themselves in 14th, having gained 9 of the start of this race. And you can see why they've gained those 9, because they have not boxed. So, yeah. For them, it's a good sign in terms of the positions they've been able to build up, but at the same time, they're going to want to not get too far ahead of themselves, knowing that they do need to box within, I would say, the next half an hour or so, just so they can allow the drivers to sit comfortably. And not feel as though they are, if you're feeling fatigued, you want to average out the fatigue of your drivers throughout the course of the race. And, well, for them, it has been a long first stint, about an hour and a half. This is what I came here expecting from these drivers, was that they were going to have this long first stint. That hasn't been entirely the way that it's worked out. We've had a little bit more in terms of drivers who have, they boxed earlier on than I was expecting, to be perfectly frank with you. But hey, I mean, it provides a different outlook on this race, which is always an interesting one to watch, because if it is a different strategy, then we have less of an idea as to how this race is going to go. And, well, we've still got carts within range of each other. Carts in the lead of the race within range of each other. The DAD Racing kart, the number 7, is going to be ready to fight with the Purple Racing 5. 5 cents off the back of our race and championship leader as well. And so just a reminder of said championship after what has been 4 rounds, as we reach what will be the halfway point, 2 hours into this one technically, if we're being pedantic about it. It would be the halfway point. But it's the Purple Racing team that would find themselves at the top of the order. And this will be important, because if they are able to take points out of this race, they will have the benefit as well of dropping that first round of the season where they scored 39 points, which means that they would have outscored GKD at all of the rounds, apart from, if we are looking at both of them, worst rounds that we are not scratching off, which would be 42 points. Outside of that, it's 44 points for GKD versus 47, and then 46 versus 50 for GKD versus Purple Racing respectively. So it has been a really, really good fight at the start of this season between those two teams, and it looks as though this race is going to go the way of the Purple Racing 5. Of course, they have that point for pole position. They are technically registered under a different name on the Alpha Live service, which provides us with all of our live timing. If you want to follow along and you don't fancy watching the stream, you can always tune in to the Alpha Race Hub for the Rye House Kart Club. Don't click on the regular Rye House. That is not what we are watching on with today. We are watching on with the Rye House Kart Club. And then you can have a look at the championship standings for this and last year as well, where we saw GKD take that title after a couple of fantastic rounds to finish off the season. Of course, it was the Purple Racing 5 that took the victory in the final round, but they weren't able to get close enough to GKD. Slippery Banana, who gave them the best fight, 1 point between them at the very end of the season. An incredible fight in the clubman class even. There was 1 point between those top two. There was 52 even between Purple Racing 3 and the Orange Tree Racing 207 in the Pro class. And then in the Super Pro class, GKD beat out DAD by just the 3 points. Helicopter Services found themselves in third, and Purple Racing 5 found themselves in fourth. And with a victory in the final race of the season, promised to keep that momentum going, and they've done just exactly that into this season so far. And as we just approach the halfway point of the campaign, we are 2/5 of the way through it right now. Well, that would be about 40% through the campaign. And Purple Racing have one overall victory to their name in this one, which is good. Of course, we've had different. The races have stacked up in different ways. Of course, we've had races where we split round. The last round, of course, round number 4 of the season was split. So we had two halves. We had two halves really of this. Of the weekend. So we had race 1 and race number 2. We always like to spice it up a little bit more, make it a little bit more different. Of course, race number 3 in the season, a little bit more traditional, just like the format we did today. Then race number 2 of the season, we did F1 style qualifying before we did our 4-hour race. And the first race of the season to kick off the campaign was just like this, 15 minutes of qualifying before our race got underway. And that's, of course, the last round I was here for. So forgive me if my knowledge of the series is a little bit outdated. It's been too long. Purple Racing 5 trying to build a gap in front of DAD for that first and second place, respectively. The DAD team been very consistently, in fact, keeping within the 40.2s, 40.3s, and it's 40.1s. 40.2s and 40.4s for the Purple Racing 5, so they want to shore up their consistency a little bit more. A bit like the Brentford Karting team did earlier on. Just to give an update on how their race is going, they started, of course, right at the top. They had the issues when they came into the box that meant they had to continue to spend some time in there. Down to 15th place is where they, if it's a term, troughed, and then just have gradually built their way up on that. 112, they made their way back up into 14th place, lap 115. They gained up into 13th, then 12th, then 11th, and then here we are on lap number, what would be for them, because they are now 1 lap down. Lap number 132. Behind them, Project D and the 36 Motorsport cars have swapped around. They've changed places. And the 32 trying to stick with the number 1 at the moment, the GKD Racing Car, knowing that they are very quick. wanting to stay within range. There is a fight currently developing. The Shadow Racing team at the moment in the 88 are just sitting at the moment in 13th place. The Project D and 36 Motorsport cars swapped last time around. From the looks of things, they are going to continue to duke it out here on the circuit. It's about 6 cents in between those two carts for now. And while the 36 was a little bit slower on the previous lap, you never quite know. The 86 trying to rebuild their race after issues earlier on, and they find themselves just outside the top 10. If they do keep tripping over the 36, that will be an issue for them. But if they don't, then they'll be absolutely fine. An update then on your overall order. And it's the Purple Racing 5 at the top of this field. They have a gap of about 7 tenths of a second. That's remained consistent over GAD number 7, who don't seem keen to make a move. They just want to remain within range for the time being. It's the Alessia Prime team in third. The 42 currently sits there on the final step of the podium. They've jumped up there after misfortunes for somebody else fighting within the last half an hour. We'll touch on them in a minute. Helicopter Services in 4th place in the number 3, and then the GKD Racing reigning champions, they find themselves in 5th. Then a big gap of 30 seconds back to DR Auto, so almost a lap between 5th and 6th. The DR Autos currently lead the Pro class, handed that position by misfortune from that other team that we will touch on in a minute. Then the 36 Racing number 63, they find themselves in 7th place in overall and 2nd place in class. And then there's is that going to be then in the pit lane? That is the team. There is certainly a kart going very slowly in the pit lane. Not quite sure, can't quite see who that is. Is that the Camtech kart? Trying to get something going. Not quite sure. They're certainly very slow down pit lane. If they've given up on this race, that would be a shame if so, but wouldn't surprise me because they've just had misfortune here today. Certainly the number 50. And they do find themselves, well, 43 laps down on our race leader. 36 down on KTM in 20th place. So wouldn't surprise me at all. As Wraith Racing, though, they've made their way back out there. And no, Camtech, are they back out there on the road? Camtech are back out there. They have wheeled their kart back onto the road, and they are going once again, so fair play to them, which means that we only have 2 teams that are not still circulating this circuit. That is the Alston Autos 10 and the Mark Racing 53. But anyway, I got distracted. Back to talking about the order, and I got through down to, I believe, 7th place, which was the 36 Racing number 63. Then it's Go Bananas in 8th place. The BAAD Racing team in 9th, but that may well be subject to change because they're very close, as is the Brentwood Karting team behind just inside the top 10. Project D find themselves in 11th and looking to close on 32. That could be a fascinating partnership to develop throughout the course of this one. BAAD, by the way, leading the way in the Clubman class. And then the 36 Motorsport number 36 sitting in 12th. Shadow Racing number 88 in 13th place with the Slippery Bananas in 14th. In the number 12, the Alessia number 40 in 15th. And then the MPS Performance number 95 in 16th place for now. It's getting very close indeed, in fact, between those few carts, so I'll keep my eyes on them for you, nose to tail for the Going Bananas, for the BAAD and for the Brentwood Karting team. And you'd imagine that the Brentwood Karting team will feel as though they are slightly faster than the 39 right now. The proof will be in the pudding throughout the course of this race, and they want to make that move. We will get our way through the order eventually, but for now these three split by just 3.5 tenths of a second. And as they headed into turn number 1, there was a move made from the 32. And that will be the 39, the BAAD, dropping down a position. They know that it's not really their fight at the moment because the Brentwood Karting team wanted to make their way back up the order, and they had the misfortune earlier on, so they know that they are quicker, and the 39 will recognise that based on the qualifying performances, even if not on the race. As they'll just sit waiting behind. There's a 4-cart train led at the moment by KTM, who are going another excuse me, another lap down. The Going Bananas team will be hoping they get out of the way sharpish, and indeed they do. Brentwood Karting may be looking towards turn 1 in terms of making a move. In fact, they haven't made their way through on the 77. Is this where the 11 gets through into turn number 4? It will be. The 32 waits in behind, and there's contact between the two. The 11 looking to lap on the 77. I don't think the KTM kart was quite expecting it, and through went the Brentwood Karting team, just making the most of the misfortune, and also through goes the BAAD team. So a couple of issues there on that last lap for Going Bananas, and in fact they are just remaining in position for the time being. The 11 regaining that spot, but Project D waiting in behind, and those issues for Going Bananas cause further issues for the BAAD. That's the move that I saw earlier on, and it was the 39 making their way through on the 86, in fact, up into... No, that's wrong. The 86 making their way through on the 18, on the 39 even is what I meant to say, and up into the top 10 positions. And that is a golden opportunity for the 86 to follow this pack now, as the 32 has the opportunity to try to stretch their legs a little bit more. Anyway, further back down the order, 13th place, the 88 to the Shadow Racing team, then the 12 of the 12 in 14th place. There's contact warning for the number 11, the Going Bananas team, of course, because of that moment with the KTM kart. Then the 14 in 15th place of the Alessia team. Then the MPS Performance 95, the Monkey 37, the Red Spider Racing 24, the 207 Orange Tree Racing kart. Then the 77 of the KTM, the 50 of the Camtech, and then our karts in the pit lane as of now. Wraith Racing have been a stopper and starter as of Camtech, to be fair, but they currently find themselves in the pit lane on that. Number 91 for them, 144 for our leaders. Then the Alverson Autos number 10 and the March Racing 53 we've not seen since lap 38 and lap 30 respectively. So I think it's fair to say, because I can definitely not see the 53 at the moment, the day of DNF from this race, unfortunately. We'll be on to lap 146 in a couple of moments' time. We've had a fantastic start to this race for the Purple Racing 5. The DAD Racing team as well have done well on strategy to remain in, but the Brentwood Karting team still hoping to fight back. They've now got a little bit of a gap, more of a gap than they had earlier on the number 11, and they're just trying to build that one up for now. It's just a beautiful day here at the White House Circuit, and yeah, there's been some good racing out there. The air temperature, according to the Alpha timing screen, is 26 degrees Celsius. So, what is becoming quite a cool summer's day on one of the hottest summers on record here in the United Kingdom. And well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of people. I mean, I saw earlier on plenty of people in the paddock with their shirts off. I'm sure there'll be plenty more as they head through the course of the race and head on to the latter stages of it. We've got another kart into the pit lane. Not quite sure, didn't quite see who it was as they headed down towards the weighbridge, but we'll get that to you as soon as we can find it out, as soon as we can spot it, who it was on the timing screens and who has been an anomaly and has not come to the line. It looks as though, is it going to be the Going Bananas team? No, they're still out there on the road. They just lost a position to the Project D last time around. And, well, is it going to be KTM 77 in? Can't quite tell. One thing's for sure, they are frozen on the live timing. So I think for the 77, that may well be the pit stop that they've been waiting for. There's a refueling job for whoever it indeed is. Whether it is the KTM, whether it is somebody else, that will become evident very soon as they head down towards the pit lane and towards the commentary box. And I can actually see who it is, because my eyes aren't quite as good as they once were. I'm not quite able to see that little part of the circuit anymore. I mean, I made my debut here last year, so it's not like it was any better then, but yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. 2 hours and 18 minutes left to go in this race, and it's a 1 second gap between the purple racing cars at the top and the DAD number 7 right in behind. That is because they have been able to just close that. They were able to close that gap early on, were the DAD racing team, but ever since that, it has just been a consistency for the purple racing team that found themselves at the top of that order. And yeah, I mean, it's KTM are certainly back out there on the circuit right now, so I don't think it's going to be that team. Not quite sure who, in fact, it is, but it certainly was KTM coming into the pits for their second stop, so I'll mark that one down. The Red Spider Racing team were the last ones to come in for their first box. They have, of course, done that as well. So everybody has pitted at least once so far in round number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. And yeah, they will, I'm sure, be not the last ones, because, of course, it'll be, I believe, 2 mandatory stops throughout the course of this race. And the drivers will be considering when to take those. In the past, it has been a point of contention. And as I mentioned earlier on, there was one point where a race was won because one team pitted 7 laps from the end, one team pitted on the last lap of the race and just came out of the pit lane just ahead of their chasing pack. So it was one of those races where I've certainly seen a very, very close one. I think it may well be the closest finish I've seen here at Rye House at the very least. And I know that there's probably been plenty of close finishes over the years. It's been, as was mentioned earlier on in the driver's briefing, 10 years since Mark took over. That's, of course, Mark Beaumont took over control of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. And, of course, it still runs fantastically to this day. Kelvin Phillips has been running this for 22 years now. So has been very, very... it's not Kelvin Phillips, that's the ex-Leeds midfielder and current Man City, I believe, still. But Kelvin, of course, does a fantastic job scrutineering all of the carts and making sure everything is in order, which is going to be very interesting, especially heading on towards next year. And we have the potential regulation change of the engines that they will get the opportunity to vote on and speak about as teams. And then we'll get to decide whether we head to racing with the 200cc engines next year, or whether we stick with the 160s for the time being. It is a fascinating debate because, of course, there's benefits and negatives to both of them. But you never quite know in racing, and we could be seeing, because of course it is a big investment for these teams to make to continue to race in the championship. A brand new, well, not quite a brand new for a lot of the teams, but a new engine for the team, as it were. So a new experience for them to have, and of course it could shake up the order because they could have some teams that fine-tuned their engines already and have gotten used to racing with them and the differences between the two. And of course they'll be a little bit more subtle, but there are still differences between them that the drivers will be competing with throughout the course of this campaign and potentially next, if it is something that's implemented. Of course, not this season around, because making a rule change like that mid-season would be crazy. The only rule change that has come in mid-season this season, to my knowledge, is the change in the track layout to the pylon section, of course, because they're having work done to the curbing to make sure that it's all in order and it's all safe for the drivers to race around. So we are going off a slightly shorter layout here today, and well, it'll be, of course, they're having that work done to those curbs. So we'll be seeing a right-hander instead of a left-hander is essentially the difference between it, and we have seen a couple of drivers starting to learn that segment of the track. Of course, there still needs plenty of work before they're able to call it a ripe and ready racetrack, as it were. But yeah, there's been plenty to learn and plenty for the drivers to improve upon throughout the course of this race. Of course, we saw earlier on a couple of drivers backing out of moves down at that segment of the track. And yeah, it's been a learning experience for all. And yeah, you can understand why they are making those changes to make it safer for everybody, of course, as safety is the paramount in what is naturally dangerous sport. But of course, we want to minimise any issues for anybody. So yeah, it's an interesting development to that segment that is going on, and hopefully, well, I'm sure we'll be seeing everybody attack the curbs still down there. They're not going to be taking them any lighter just because they're new, because the attitude will be, well, they can just fix them again, as is the racer's nature. And we've got some fierce competitors out there here today, and out there in the Rye House, both the Rye House series, which is always good. We always want to see fierce competition. It's always good-natured as well. Everybody's still in the race, at least, because I'm sure that some of the teams have packed up and gone home. The Alpes and Autos and the March team haven't had the greatest days if they've packed up and gone home early. I wouldn't be surprised, but a lot of them will be, having a watch of the trophy presentation later on, knowing that they won't get the opportunity to have a trophy. Well, I mean, you never know. I could be persuaded to give the team of the day trophy away to somebody maybe slightly more unexpected, because I always like to have a look at who's not quite been, who's had the pace but hasn't quite had the ability to, for whatever reason, maximise their pace and keep that performance as strong as they possibly would have liked. But yeah, it's different. It's a different trophy. It's always very good and very sporting. It is one that we do give out, and yeah, it's just keeps everyone involved that may well not be at the top. Although, in fairness, those who if they are at the top of the fantastic performance, they do still get their double trophy haul, which plenty of teams have earned and deserved in the past. But a fantastic initiative nonetheless, and it's not quite like the modern day kids everybody received a trophy thing, because that would, one, be patronising, two, isn't necessarily the way to want to go racing. When you're a fierce competitor and you receive participation trophies, it would feel like a bit of a slap in the face. But yeah, I'm glad we don't do that down here at Rye House. We are round number 5 of our 9-round season, and don't forget, this is still 3 championships up for grabs throughout the course of it, and we've got 3 very decently close championships, in fact, to give themselves credit here in 2026. At the top of the Clubman class right now is the Red Spider Racing Team, 115 points heading their way so far, after strong performances throughout the course of the races in comparison to the rest of the carts in the Clubman class. And then looking further down the order at the next placings up, well, it'll be second place in that championship at the moment for KTM. They've got 77 points to... No, they are the number 77. They've got 100 points to their name. Then the BAAD Racing Team with 96, 97 now that they picked up the pole in their class last time around. And that'll be a fascinating one, whether there is a switch, because I think there may well be between those two teams. And KTM very much benefiting off of the fact that they've been here for all of the rounds this season. There has been a missed round for the BAAD Racing Team. They were not present round number 3 of the season. So they will take that one as a drop round. They will take that one as a hit, which means that they don't have as much leeway into the later stages of the season, which can be crucial when you're fighting for a championship, as they, of course, will be looking to. So it will be, you just need to hit and hope, really, more than anything else, that everything is going to go your way. Because, if you have an issue, that can really cost you. And I know there's a team in one of the other championship fights, really, that is going to really rue today's racing, because they've had issues that have put them further down the order, that put them without the points that they would have been hoping for and desiring, so they could have headed over to the summer with the best opportunity that they could of the race, of the championship lead. But yeah, it's the drop round initiative is good because, of course, it allows for the opportunities for those drivers. But of course, it doesn't always reward the right people. You want to turn up to every single round, and you don't want to tactically take your drop round at any point. This is why it's an interesting one to have at something like the Rye House Kart Championship, where it is the same circuit again and again for the entire championship. Because having a drop round basically means that if you have any of those issues, you can get away with it. But at the same time, it means that you can, if you feel confident enough that you're not going to have an issue, you can no-show it a round or two. Maybe if you feel as though you may well not be at your full strength, or budget issues, anything like that, it can be used for a multitude of reasons. But one thing that it's good that it doesn't do is it doesn't exactly encourage anybody to go, oh, I'm not feeling the track this week, because it's the same track every month around. So it would be a little bit silly to go, oh, I'm not feeling the track this week, for a track that they will race and get even more knowledge of as they head throughout the season. Catching up to the halfway point of the race so far, and it is the Purple Racing 5 continues to lead the way, continues to keep up some impressive pace as the Project D kart has made its way up to 8th place. The Brentwood Karting kart is up into 7th as well. So both of those continuing their good progress back up through the order. The Project D kart actually would have felt a little bit out of place further down they're in about 10th place. They know that they can go a bit quicker than that, and so far they have shown just that. They've got 2 positions up on their race start, and they feel as though that is a good gain for them so far, and they're going to want to keep going up through the order. They currently sit 6th in class. And 8th overall, so any gains they can make are good gains. The Project D team did make their way through on the 36 Motorsports kart, or the 36 Racing number 63 kart earlier on, a couple of laps ago, which was important. They are now 2 laps down on our race leaders, as are the Brentwood karting team, who will feel aggrieved by the fact that they've gone 2 laps down to people they were fighting with earlier, and pace-wise they could still be up with them. And hey, you never know, they could be late on within range, but I think the pace is too consistent from the top 2. It's too relentless that the Brentford karting team, who are in fairness fighting very hard to stay within range, I think it's just going to be a little bit too insurmountable for them at the moment. But they could still jump their way up to at least the top 5. They've certainly shown the pace to be up there, and probably be up there a little bit quicker than those in the lead of that group. Of course, they still have to one lap themselves, and hey, almost halfway through this race, really anything at this point could happen. Just updating on the last hour's penalties. Almost all of them have been cone warnings. We've had number 37, Monkey, now the number 7, DAD. They were almost exactly an hour ago. They both got warnings for those cones, and a few minutes after that was the 36 Racing number 63. They've got a double warning for that. Same infringement. Then the number 3, just 20 minutes after that. Then about 15 minutes after that, Go Banana's got a contact warning, which is in fact the only non-cone warning in that previous hour. Then the Camtech number 50 has just picked one up. But it's good to see them back out on the circuit in the number 50. It really is, because they've not had the greatest of days, and I believe actually they find themselves back into the pit lane, which is a shame. But yeah, they've not had the majority of the luck today. They've not had a significant slice of luck, which is a shame for them because they've been decent throughout the course of the season. Of course, in the Super Pro class, at the moment they find themselves right in the mid pack. Of course, all 7 teams in the all 7 teams in the Super Pro class have turned up to every single round this season, which is absolutely fantastic. It's exactly what you love to see from these teams, the commitment to the series that they have to turn up every single round. And yeah, it's really dedicated stuff from them, and I'm sure that, you know, as they head to crunch time in the season, it will be attendance that is crucial for every single one of these championships, because to put it simply, the more races you turn up to, the better opportunities you give yourselves of getting points. If you do not take any of the drop rounds for not turning up, then you have those drop rounds for when you have a poor race, and then it's just, you know, that's eliminating that mistake, that's eliminating that issue that you've had. And for the moment, that will be giving Purple Racing a big advantage in the championship. They had a 39-point round in round number 1, which they're going to be able to scrub off the books if they continue with the momentum they have here today, with the race victory looking likely for them, and also the pole time as well, which gives them an extra point, gives them an extra little bit of an edge. So looking very, very strong indeed at the top of the field for Purple Racing number 5 to try and continue to build that gap. Not looking so good for the GKD team, down in 5th place, so we'll take a points hit at the end of this race. But I think actually there will be this will be the one applied to their drop round, because I don't think, if my commentary box maths is correct, which usually, I'll be honest, it isn't, this will be their worst performing round of the season so far. So they won't be getting their points up to scratch, and that would be a shame, because they've done all the hard work, they've done all the hard yards, they've done 4 hours of racing, and then it gets scrapped off. Of course, it could be reapplied later on in the season if they have a worse round or they have a no-show one of the rounds. So never say never for that kind of thing, but yeah, it would be a shame, because they've had really, really strong performances throughout the course of this season, and they can try to keep that momentum up as while they continue through what will be the 5th round of this season. And we are halfway through this race now. So just to give you an update on the running order, our leaders at the moment is the Purple Racing 5. They've held it for a while. It was only DAD that really looked to challenge, but now that they've really developed into this race, it has been the Purple Racing 5 that have built that gap. It's at the moment, it's a 4.7 gap between the top 2 drivers at the front of the field, the Purple Racing 5 and the DAD car. Then in 3rd place, it's going to be Alessia Prime with the fastest lap of the race. In fact, one of 2 teams to make it into the 39s, and they were the quickest of the 2, the other one being our race leaders, the Purple Racing team, who did so first. And then it's the Helicopter Services team. They find themselves in 4th place. The GKD Racing team, the first one to have been lapped in this race so far, they find themselves in 5th, and the 6th place is going to be the DR Autos team, and they will be the leaders of the Pro class as it stands. 7th place in this race so far will be the Brentwood Karting outfit, who of course had a great start earlier on and will be hoping to come back from it. But now they've made their way through all the pack that has been lapped, they need to find their way up to those who haven't. Alessia Prime, in fact, making their way through on DAT, is that we may well have another pit stop for the number 7. So I may well have spoken too soon about the positionings, because I believe that is them in for their 2nd pit stop. The number 7 into the box and dropping down 1 position. Are they going to lose any more? Helicopter Services will be the next one to try to catch up, but there is a big gap, a 27-second gap. They will be ahead of them as they come out of the pit lane, the DAD team. Will they drop down another position to GKD team? It doesn't look likely, actually. Never mind. Yes, it does. They are back down behind the GKD team, and so they are down into 5th place. They've got DR Autos next up in 6th, and Project D have just come across the line to start their next lap. So GKD will be out of the pit lane in 4th place, ahead of the DAD Racing team in the number 7 kart, and the number 1 at the moment leading the way right now. But This could all be subject to change, of course, when they do come into the pit lane. Of course, that's going to be a big undercut on the rest of these karts. Is that going to trigger something for the rest of these karts in this top group? Are they going to decide to box? I'd imagine they're going to start thinking about it. DAD actually losing another position to Brentwood Karting on the last lap around. And hey, that's interesting indeed, because they're really dropping down like a stone in the order right now. I thought they were going to be back out on the road, but no, they are dropping like a stone. 11th place as it stands, and they are still not registered as being out of the pit lane. There we go. Now they're registered as being out of the pit lane in 11th place, so I jumped the gun too soon. I thought that I saw the trackers start to go along for them on the Alpha Live timing, but in fact I did not, so I apologise for my blunder on that one. So DAD back out in 11th place. That's going to be disappointing, but still they've got that undercut, so they're expecting naturally to lose some of those positions and hoping that they can make it up towards the latter stages of this race. And yeah, it's a good start from them to be right up there at the top of the order. I mean, second place was where they would have been hoping for after the first early stages, and after they lost that lead, of course, they wanted to just remain in behind, and they decided to do something a little bit different to the Purple Racing 5. They've done just that, but I haven't actually finished off the order, so we'll run through the rest of that one now. So our leader, of course, Purple Racing number 5, Alessia Prime, now find themselves in second place after a pit stop from our second place kart already. That puts them right down to 11th. And dare I say, it was not, as I just tried to have a look at how long they spent in the pit lane, it was not the greatest of lap times. It was 2 minute 19, so I guess there might have been some refueling, some driver change for them as well. Didn't quite see down where they were, but that was for them a loss of positioning, a loss of time, and something they're going to want to rebuild their way back up then. It'll be the helicopter services now inheriting third place, fourth place for GKD Racing, fifth for DR Autos, and then sixth place for Brentwood Karting, seventh for Project D, eighth for the 36 Racing team, ninth for the number 11 of the Going Bananas team, and then rounding out the top 10 will be the BAAD, who have just gained a position up on the they're in the top 10 at the moment. Overall, they're doing a very good job to just find themselves right in there. Hope to remain in there for as long as they possibly can. Then 11th will be DAD, of course. We know what's happened with that team. They boxed once again. They had a slow box, so hoping to make up for that one. But I'm sure that there was some reason behind it, because I didn't see any official issues for them in the pit lane. And then in 12th place is going to be the Shadow Racing team that currently represent with the number 88. Then further down in the order, you have the number 13, or the number 12 in 13th even, of the Slippery Banana team. And then the 36 Motorsports team find themselves in 14th. And that is actually the 36, not the 64. They're also racing with today. They are further up in the order in 8th place as it stands. Then further down into that group, you've got the MPS Performance number 95. They are in 15 spots as it stands. 16th is going to go the way of Monkey number 37 for the time being. Alessia find themselves in 18, and of course that's not Alessia Prime, that is just plain Alessia in that 17th spot. Red Spider Racing in 18th in the 24. Then 19th for the 207 and 20th for KTM 207, of course being the Orange Tree Racing team. 21st for Wraith Racing, 22nd for Camtech. We've not seen Wraith Racing for a while out there on the road. We've seen Camtech. They are back out there. They are a significant period off, but they're just looking to make the most of their entry fee, make the most of their journey down here, and do as many laps as they can, which you can understand. Alveston Autos find themselves, of course, down into the DNFs, it appears, for today's racing action. They are currently 23rd, and we haven't seen them since lap number 38. So an issue that they have not been able to resolve so far here today. If they're still trying, not quite sure. Have not seen them in the pit lane for a while, but they may well have taken it back to the van for further tinkering, putting it up on the blocks maybe, and just having a look at the underside of the. Who knows really? Apart from the people as part of that team, they may well have gone home for all we know. at the moment. But yes, for them, it's not the greatest of days, and they'll be hoping to come back next time around. The same situation, but a slightly earlier retirement for the March Racing number 53, who found themselves out of the race on lap number 30 of this race. Of course, we are now on what would be 186 laps, so nearing the 200 mark for our race leaders. And, well, we shall see what they can do. I mean, the March Racing team did sit in the pit lane for quite a while trying to have a look at that cart, but couldn't identify the issue at that point. And, yeah, unfortunately, had to call it quits, it appears, at this point in this race. So, yeah, they're going to hope to come back next race this season. Take this one as a drop round, take this one on the chin, and come back next time around and just, you know, pick yourself up, because it's not an issue of the drivers. It's nothing that needs an inquiry about. It's just simply an issue with the kart, which is usually unavoidable. These karts, as much as we love them, aren't exactly the most reliable machines all the time, because, of course, they're not. They are prepared by usually the driver, so it's not always, you know, the most qualified people to give their opinions on it. Of course, they'll be very smart in terms of the knowledge of the cars themselves and how to drive them, but they may well not be an engineer by trade. Of course, this being not a professional championship, but we've still got Pro Class, we've still got Super Pro Class, and we've got Clubman as well, so plenty of racing action for people of various different experience levels. We are, well, we've tipped over comfortably now. 2 hours left to go in this race, and the Purple Racing 5 at the moment leading the way, the Alessia Prime in second place. Helicopter Services find themselves in P3, GKD in P4. And our podiums right now are, as it stands, the Purple Racing 5, the Alessia Prime 42, and the Helicopter Services number 3. That'll be the overall and the Super Pro Class. Then, having a look at the Pro Class, it'll be the DR Autos that find themselves in 5th, then Brentford Karting will find themselves in 6th, and then Going Bananas rounding out that podium. They've got 36 racing on the back of them. BAAD also in that fight with 36 and Go Bananas. They are the leader in their class. In the Clubman on the Shadow Racing P2, Slippery Bananas P3 in that one. And now my attention turns to who's going to be my driver of the day. Because, of course, that will be something that will be decided later on in the day's racing action. And they'll get a nice little trophy to mark the occasion. Watching on then with that little group of 3 karts that are very close together, the 11, the 63, and the 39, fighting it out for 8th place right now. Going Bananas haven't really had a rest at any point throughout this race. And, well, it doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon unless they were to let the karts behind go, which they won't do, of course. So they head through what will be the first segment of this racetrack. They have actually got a bit of a visual gap going on, a bit more than the last lap on the 63 of the 36 racing team. So for them, unluckily that it gets well, it's unlikely that they're not feeling the pressure, is all I'll say. I'm sure that they're very much feeling under pressure, but a 3/10 gain on that previous lap, that could be quite important. That is very good indeed in terms of the gain that they've made. BAAD matching the 36 racing team, or the 63. I might just call them the 63 racing team just for ease, because of course there'll be different drivers in the cars. So the 63 racing team, they've lost 3/10 to Going Bananas on the previous lap. They've gained a little bit on BAAD, and when I say gained, they've gained 0.012 on the previous lap, so a little bit on the previous time. And yeah, going bananas, fantastic at the top of this group. They've built up that gap a little bit more on the karts in behind, so doing a good job right now to just sit in position, and that gap between those drivers has been well, it was literally just a touch over a second a couple of laps ago. That was 0.001 for lap number 189. We're now on, by the way, for reference, lap number 192. Now it's, or then it went up to 1.3, then it's up to 1.4. End of this lap, who knows what it could be. It's not going to be anything, as the 36 racing team have actually lost that position. Got distracted looking at the timing board. The 36 has dropped that position to the 39, or the 63 even has lost that position to the 39. And so that's the pass made for the BAAD racing team. And it's fair to say that they have thoroughly deserved that position. Over the last few laps, it's been 40.7s pretty consistently for the 63. For the 39, they've dipped into the 40.5. So a couple of tenths quicker, and that made all of the difference. So they were able to just make their way up and hold station for that time being. So yeah, they're doing a good job as it stands to duke it out full position and duke it out for everything as it stands right now. As we head on to, well, we head towards the 200 lap mark for these drivers. They've worked very hard out there for first hour and no, it'll be 2 hours and 15 minutes now. I told you my commentary box maths wasn't very good. But yeah, it'll be 2 hours and a quarter as it stands, and doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon, of course, unless there's a red flag that comes out. Hopefully we avoid that. I don't think I've ever had a red flag in any of the rounds I've covered. I think we've barely had as much as a brief yellow flag in the rounds that I've covered. Not to jinx it or anything, but in the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, I had a red flag in the kart club when I came down here and covered that last time. And well, that was another hot day, and you could see the drivers sunbathing. I don't remember if I was able to get that one broadcasted, but if I was, then you'd have a great vantage point, because they literally parked up down where you can see, so down towards turn number 4, and a lot of them had their feet up. They were just chilling. They were taking a moment before they got going again, and the driver was all okay, which is the most important part. And then we were able to get ourselves back glowing. The kart going. The kart wasn't in the greatest of conditions, to be perfectly honest, but the driver was, and that's the most important thing. And they came back for race 2, and yeah, that's what is important for these drivers. The more I come here to the Rye House circuit, the more stories I've got to regale. For better or for worse, as the 36 Motorsport Kart is ahead now of the DAD that appears to be back into the pit lane. The number 7 has dived in once again, so potentially issues, in fact, for that team. So what I thought was a tactical switch a couple of laps ago has actually turned into not a great day for the number 7. So we've had quite a few contenders, really, up there at the top, have issues, drop down. DAD's one of them. The Brentwood Karting team, fantastic job to fight back. Project D, the same in the 86. So those are at the moment my nominees for drivers of the day in each of those classes. That is of course subject to change, because we'll have a watch of the last hour and 45 minutes. Still plenty of time for anything to go in this race. So I mean, for DAD, it's not been the way that they would have wanted this race to go. But they can always pick it back up and come back late race. Won't quite be the heights of the race lead they'll be challenging for, but at this point I'm sure they'll be happy with just getting the karts home and points heading the DAD team's way, which would be fantastic to see for them. But yeah, lap number 200 now, headed on to by our race leaders, Purple Racing number 5 and Alessia Prime. Both of those the only karts on the lead lap at this point in the race. They've managed to lap everybody else. They've got a bit of a buffer at the top of this field right now, and that's Well, exactly what you'd want to see if you're a member or a supporter of both of those teams. In fact, I think Helicopter Services just about remain on that lead lap as well. And when I say just about, they remain on it by about 8 seconds. So Helicopter Services still on it, and GKD Racing the same, but even more just about. So you've got 4 carts currently in the fight for the race lead. 4 carts on the lead lap. Everybody else 1 lap down on them. But nevertheless, they're doing a good job to keep it going. It's so hard to keep it consistent out there on the road. I wouldn't know because I've not raced around this Rye House circuit with complete full transparency, but from a racing IQ perspective, it is so hard to keep it going. I know I've done endurance races in the past that have been real challenges, and especially when you've got conditions like this. Of course, it's not as hot as it was last week, but it's still challenging conditions for the drivers. It can be hard to keep that focus up. So for them, it's all about keep it going, keep plugging away at the lap times, keep it consistent, and find yourself wherever you are at the end of the race, and you can, you can think about it for. I'd say the last half an hour is a good time to really switch on to the racing, really, because at the moment it's a bit more about. Yes, you have to be aware of the karts around you, but it comes to that final hour or so, and it's all about that racing. Gaining any of those spots, and they've got a few right now that are just duking it out for track position, but they are sitting in at the moment, I think, a lot of them. So whilst they look like they might be duking it out timing wise, the story on the track is a little bit different, because of course races aren't won or lost on paper. Yes, the story of the race is partially written, but that's like believing a trailer before watching the movie itself. There'll be some misleading parts, there'll be some parts that are intentionally hidden from you. You need to watch the whole thing itself, and you can do so at the Rye House YouTube channel. You could watch it back later on. And don't forget, everybody at the track, you can watch this racing on your phones, on your, TVs, whatever you choose, however you choose to consume youtube.com, the website. That is completely up to you, but what is for sure is we have the opportunity to watch this race back. Is it going to be a full broadcast? No. Is it going to be still a replay of the circuit commentary provided by myself, Joseph Black? And is it going to be also the opportunity to relive some of the moments? You can watch the moves into turn 4, because we've got the static camera set up for today from the commentary box, so you can actually see exactly what the commentator can see as well. So it's a little bit of a view into our perspective, which is always a little bit different, something that's a little bit more unique about the broadcast that we get to do here for Rye House. It's just a great one to watch back. I've always found, and I was watching back actually weirdly enough, because I wasn't watching back the last round replay earlier on today. I was watching back round number, which one was it? Was it round number 3 that I was watching on, just so I could get a gauge of how the streams went with this with the 4-hour race in mind, because of course when I've come before, it's been either me running it or a different format. So I kept an eye on that one, just because, of course, all commentators do it differently, and I want to do it in the way that most suits the Rye House Championship and what I think is going to be the best for the series in terms of the way that they get their production done. And, I've gone full screen today. Those of you eagle-eyed and eagle-eared to hear me last time around, I had a little bit of a smaller screen last time out. Now it has gone completely full screen, but there we go. And those of you at the track, well, you get to live it and experience it at the moment. You get to live it and experience it as it happens, and well, memories are important, of course. So whilst it's good to preserve that, I would always be keen to watch it at the track as well. There's been plenty of times where I've got both the broadcast and the race up itself so I can watch it on. And then obviously every time your team is mentioned or you're mentioned specifically, it's always good fun. There's you feel a little bit famous for a fraction of a second, regardless of what the conversation topic is. Even if it's negative about you, it's still, oh, I got mentioned. And so, my temperament wouldn't have it. My temperament would say, okay, we're going to do something stupid so that we get mentioned. And that's why I'm up here in the commentary booth and not down there on the track with all of our fantastic karters here today. Monkey into the pit lane on this, what is their 205th lap right now. And they're going to be looking strong towards the end of this race, hoping so at least. They've gained 3 positions off of the start, despite the fact that they've boxed once again, and the 37 has boxed for what will be the second time in this race, making the switch. It's always interesting to see the different sizes of teams, because sometimes what they'll do is they'll bring 2 karters and they'll just swap them out once, and that'll be simply it. Or they might have different karters for different conditions, and I don't just mean that in terms of they bring one for rain, they also bring them for different race conditions. That's how I would describe them, at least, when of course you've got somebody who's very good at it. The only thing I would say about the stream is it decides to drop in and out quite a lot, which I had an issue with last time around, and I appear to have kind of fixed the issue. It's now a dropout that returns rather than dropout that I need to manually return. So improvements as we get towards the more technological age. And I mean, we can always solidify these races. So now in 20 years' time, you can look back on this race if you so desire, if you feel the need to have a look at this one. You know what is a shame? We haven't got a replay of the last round of last year, the one I mentioned earlier on with late pit stop. The only thing that I've got is a video that Mr. Ratcliffe took of myself right at the late stages of that, and my hair looks so bad that will never see the light of day. But maybe it will at some point in the future. I still have it, and so that would be a good way to immortalise that. In fact, maybe it could be something I pass on to go on as a YouTube short, which of course, as the growth of the series goes, we try to keep that going, and the best way to do it nowadays is, unfortunately, short form content. So hey, you never know, Ryehouse short form coming to you very soon. But hey, what could be better on a lovely sunny, what is it now, July day, than a Ryehouse Pro Kart Championship ranker, than a sit in the sun, or a kart in the sun if you're one of the competitors, with the backdrop of Ryehouse and the backdrop of Hoddesdon and the backdrop of the sort of the Rye group, as it were. So all of the attractions that we've got in this area, which is a pretty well developed area, if I do say so myself. It's somewhere that I have actually previously been in the past, not to come to the racetrack, but yeah, it's a beautiful location for racing. And whilst there's rumours swirling around other karting tracks that may well not exist past the next few years, Ryehouse is thankfully not under any threat anytime soon, and we can continue with another season of the Ryehouse Pro Kart Championship, which is, of course, a championship that's seen plenty coming through and developing. Chris McCarthy was one of the first commentators for it, so that's a big honour for us to have down here at Ryehouse. We've had Lewis Hamilton racing down here in the past. Of course, this is his local racetrack, being a Hertfordshire boy, born and bred. As helicopter services, have we seen a pit stop from our number 3? We've certainly seen a pit stop in the pack, and it appears not for the time being. We saw a pit stop though from somebody out there on the road. In fact, it was Alessia Prime, so I was looking at the wrong number. It was the 42 of the Alessia Prime team, who came into the pit lane last time around. It looked like a pretty regulation pit stop, a 1:52 for them when they came into the box and came back out of it once again. And they did a pretty good job. We've got another kart in there. It's the 36, actual 36 kart, not, but it is the 36 Motorsports number 63 into the box on what will be their lap number 212. They'll be into the pit lane and making the switch now for potentially the final time in this race. Of course, they've had options to come into the pit lane. We've had plenty of different strategies deployed across the course of it, and they've actually dropped a position to the other 36 Motorsports carts out there on the road. So that'll be the 36 Racing team down behind the 36 Motorsport team, and I'm sure there's got to be some link, because 36 is not a traditional number. If it was like a number 1 or something like that, then you could understand if there was 2 different teams, but I'm pretty sure these are one of this or 2 of the same even in terms of the teams. But yeah, wow, this has flown by, this race. We're now on towards our final stretch, I would say. I would break up this race into 4 stages. I would say the first hour or so is the sprint. The start of the race where everybody's jostling for position, everybody's fighting it out. Then you head to hour 2, so from 3 hours left to about now, really. And I would say that's going to be the period of calm, where there's not really too many overtakes made out there on the racetrack, so they can just sort of sit in there calmly. As well, we've got another kart into the pit lane. That will be, it appears, is that the Going Bananas number 11 into the box. I believe it to be. And then you have the last hour and a half or so, which is, the last driver on their last stint. Maybe everybody, or the majority of drivers, have done their final pit stops. The majority of teams have done their final pit stops. They know the outlook by now. They know the expectations placed on them by their team. And it's just about not making mistakes. It's just about keeping it consistent and trying to take it to the line, because they've set themselves up, whether they've set themselves up well or not. And so it's all about now trying to remain in play, really, for the last sort of skirmishes, in case there's any issues for the drivers further up. And of course, if you are fighting somebody, then it is very truly the definition of a sprint, because it's the late stages of the race. You're going to be fighting with them out there on the track for position. And it's not like one of those where, somebody's coming loads of laps before me, so it's not really my fight. They're just on the undercut. No, everybody out there will be similar stages of the race, because, if that does happen, then it's more likely to be a scenario of they boxed earlier on and they're just going long on their final stint. So there's more license to fight for those karts further back in the order, which is exactly what they will be doing. As we've got a couple more into the pit lane over the last couple of laps, and I'm sure we'll be seeing everybody. I reckon we'll be seeing everybody into the pit lane one more time at this point, because it just feels as though that would make the most sense. Because everybody has one more pit stop to go, then they can really assess the way that their race has gone, assess the way that their race needs to go in the last hour. They can communicate to their team members, because of course these cars are too fast to have a chat down the straight. That any real motor vehicle is too fast in 2025 at least, or 2026 as it is now. It's not 2025 anymore. 2026. They don't have the time to go down the straight and go, hello, this is the way that this race is going, this is what we need you to do. So that's what a pit stop offers you. If you're having a refuel, then you can maybe just shout through the helmet, this is what we expect from you, and the driver has really no opportunity to say, no, actually I expect to do this. It's more like okay, because that's how high octane motorsport is, especially a motorsport like karting, which is an underappreciatedly high octane sport. So obviously it sits in the shadow of the top kind of racing, the car racing and all of this. It sits in the shadow of it, but it's still in its own right a sport, and it's still in its own right absolutely incredibly high octane and a very, very fast-paced sports where there's different challenges. I'd say it's more dangerous than car racing nowadays because of all of the safety measures that are put in place in the cars just to stop issues happening. Of course, because they are faster, so that's by the nature of what it is. But still, I'd say that karting is a dangerous sport, and especially when you're jostling an out there for position like these karters are, when you are still an incredibly strong competitor, as these karters are, it's just going to be all about trying to fight it out and be comfortable right towards the end of this race, and it's going to be all about keeping yourself on the straight and narrow and consistent as well, because you go for an aggressive move, you can find yourself out of the race very quickly, because that's the nature of karting, maybe even more than at least closed wheel racing. But I mean, closed wheel racing, you can have incidents that could cost your race literally at the snap of a finger, but I mean, it's a different dynamic. It's a different challenge. It would be a harder hit, and it would have to be a harder hit to knock somebody out of a closed wheel race than it would a karting race. So they have to be incredibly skilled, these karters. They have to be incredibly skilled to, fight it out, even if they do make contact. But we tick over to what will be the final hour and a half of round number 5 of your Rye House Pro Kart Championship. And your order is as follows. It's the GKD Racing Kart up in the lead of the race, in the number 1 at the moment. Helicopter Services Kart was challenging, has had to come into the box, had a pretty regulatory pit stop and is out there on the circuit right now. The GKD Racing team have not had their second pit stop. They remain out there in the lead by 7 seconds. Alessia Prime, the only other kart on the lead lap. And the Purple Racing 5, who led the race for so long, currently in 3rd place, 34 seconds off the back of Alessia Prime. And we'll be hoping to close in after what was not a couple of good laps for the number 5. I believe they had to come back into the pit lane, so an issue for the number 5 there. The number 32, Brentwood Karting, is in 4th place, and the DR Autos number 6 is in 5th place. The Helicopter Services number 6, the number 3 is in 6th, then the Project D is in 7th in the 86th. The Going Bananas number 11 is in 8th, and the BAAD Racing Kart is in 9th. The Shadow Racing team round out the top 10 and round out the top 2 in the Clubman class. At the podium at the moment in the Super Pros is GKD, Alessia Prime and Purple Racing. Then it's Brentford Karting, DR Autos and Going Bananas. And then in the Clubman it is BAAD, then Shadow Racing, and then Slippery Bananas, who are 13th overall. 36 Motorsport in 11th and 36 Racing in 12th. They are the ones in the 36 and the 63 respectively. Then the Alessia Racing team in the 14, in the 40 down in 14th even. Then the Monkey Racing team in 15th with their number 37 car. The MPS Performance team in 16th in the 95, and then the Orange Tree Racing kart in the 207 in 17th place. Red Spider Racing 24 in 18th. The KTM of number 77 in 19th, and the DAD in 20th place. We haven't seen them for a number of laps, so that's unfortunate to see them likely out of the race. So one of the strong competitors at the top of this field find themselves down and out of this race. So a huge shame for themselves, as they were one of 3 race leaders. The other 2 race leaders were, of course, the Purple Racing team that led it earlier on, but of course came into the box, may well be back into the lead of the race at a short notice, or it may well be. It was the GKD team that currently do lead this race. Alessia Prime challenged for it, never sat on that top spot in the lead of this race, so they cannot be classified in that little group of karts that have led this race. And then, of course, Brentwood Karting, who were up at the top as well. .3 seconds, the gap between our two race leaders right now on the purple Racing 5 is 33.6 seconds. Off the back of the Alessia Prime at the moment, so it's under threat of being lapped, which would be a shame for the 5, but of course they've come into the pit lane. And they actually have been lapped now by Alessia Prime, so yeah, shame for themselves. Not quite sure actually what did happen to them down on pit road that made them have to come in twice. They came in and they had a lap that was 20 seconds slower, and then they came in and had a lap that was a more regulation pit stop as well. We're 3 wide actually as we head down the main straight between the next group that are going through. It's the GKD Racing, the Purple Racing 5 and the 36 Racing. They're all challenging to lap each other. As BAAD going bananas and Project D are all very close and locked in battle for 7th down to 8th place. And in fact, Project D have lost a bit of time. I believe them to be in the pit lane. They're not the only ones. The Orange Tree Racing team are in there as well. But wait to prove me instantly wrong. Right, another pit stop. This one for GKD Racing. The number 1 into the box. And that hands the lead to our 5th race leader, Alessia Prime, and they're having problems. They tried to get it going again. They had to stop it. The number 1, our latest leader, to have the curse of boxing and have the curse of having issues when they get back out. There we go. I'd say that's probably about 5 to 10 seconds that they've lost out there, which could be absolutely crucial heading into the later stages of this race. So our race leader from there, the GKD team, having significant problems that could just maybe see them drop from a podium or even a win. They were in a fantastic position. But it slipped. It has certainly slipped. Another car into the pit lane. Trying to see who that is. It looks like it's the 39 of the BAAD. Who are, by the way, the standout performers of this Clubman class. They've been absolutely on it from minute 1. And they thoroughly deserve this victory if they're able to take it over the line. And it looks as though they're going to be able to with their pit stop completed. And then back out onto the road most likely. There we go, they're back out in 10th place. So they're going to be ahead of 2nd place in class. Excuse me. Ahead of 2nd place in class by what appears to be a lap and a half over Shadow Racing in 2nd place. I wouldn't say it's been all too close for the Clubman class today. I'd say that BAAD have won it at a canter. Shadow Racing have come 2nd place at a canter so far. But you don't know what's going to happen in the final hour of racing in this race today. There's anything really could happen in this Rye House Pro Kart Championship. I mean, we saw plenty of fantastic battles last year. The Clubman class won by 1 point in the final race of the campaign, which is just a fantastic battle and exactly what you want to see, unless you are the Slippery Banana number 12, which lost out in the final round of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. Just having a look then at where they were, and it was they were right in the thick of things, both on the same lap, And in the end of the race, it just appeared to be there was about an 8-second gap between the DR Autos team and the Slippery Bananas. That was the difference between the victory and the loss. No, actually, there was a lap difference between the DR Autos and the Slippery Bananas in the final race of the season last time around, which is why they found themselves down and out with issues. So a huge shame, I'm sure, for those teams, and they will, for that team in particular, and they will be hoping to fight back. So far in this season, they didn't turn up to the first round, frankly, and they didn't have a great round in round number 4. So they've already used up that drop round. They are 5th in the championship, whilst their challengers for that title, the Autos, well, they currently find themselves 4th place in the Pro class. They promoted last year because of the fact that they did win that title. So it's good to see them right up there right now. Okay, right. So there's a fight on for 4th place out there on the road. The GKD Racing team and the Helicopter Services team, the number 1, fighting with the number 3. 2 very esteemed karts out there on the road. Our championship victor from last season. They took that victory in 3rd place. The reigning champions that were from 2024, Helicopter Services, they are the ones duking it out for 4th place right now. Brentford Karting have done a fantastic job to get back onto the podium. They find themselves only 8 seconds off the back of the Purple Racing 5 as it stands. The GKD Racing team and the Helicopter Services team ready to go fighting. There's a 10th between the two, 10th and a half even, as there was a big gain on that previous lap. And I say a big gain, it was only by a few hundredths of a second, but that can be crucial in a fight as close and a fight as high quality as they have right now between them. The number 3 all over the back. Is there going to be an opportunity for a move? Well, not quite yet, but they are certainly going to look for one, and I'm sure they will find one at some point very, very soon, because at this point in the race, it's hard not to crack, isn't it? Because they've done such an incredible job to get to the point that they are at in the race, that it's difficult not to crack, because the endurance that they've had, surely, at this point in the race, is going to be waning. The momentum that they built up is what's carrying them through, I would say, at the very least. And so for them, it's going to be hard fighting, hard racing at the very end of this one, as there's another kart into the pit lane. Not sure who that's going to be, of course, because my eyes cannot see through walls or through the barrier that's out there on the outside line. It appears to be the 32 of the Brentford Karting team. Indeed, it is, as they get down towards the weighbridge, and that kart gets wheeled onto just under the canopy, inspecting it, having a look, and then they'll get it back out onto the road, I'm sure, as quickly as they can. And taking a while down there in pit road, but there we go. 32 back to racing speed. And again, another kart that looks as though they're going to win their class at a canter, although they are now down behind Going Bananas for this point in time, the 11th, making their way up into the top 5. So, hey, you never quite know what could happen with those teams. By the way, contact warnings over the last hour and track limit warnings and cone warnings, there's been plenty to speak about. I believe the last time I updated you was about half an hour ago. So we're going to go over them again. I believe I gave you the double warning for the 36 Racing team. Indeed, I did, and the Helicopter Services as well, and the Going Bananas and Camtech and KTM. Orange Tree Racing, did I give you that one, the cone warning for them about 45 minutes ago now? Then the DAD Racing team 40 minutes ago got a cone warning themselves. Helicopter Services number 3, 4 minutes after that got one, and then Going Bananas got 4 in a row. So they're clearly struggling with the cone. Then you've got the Shadow Racing team with the contact warning at 4:24. Cone warning for Project D at number 86 about 10 minutes after that. 5 minutes after that, another cone warning for Orange Tree Racing. Then the 86 with a cone warning. 36 Racing, the number 63 with the code warning, then the number 36 with the track limit warning, the 77 of the KTM with the contact warning, and just a general warning for the 40 of Alessia, then a 1 for then a track limit warning for the number 1, the GKD, and then a contact warning that's just come through for the Monkey number 37. So plenty of warnings to be dished out. Helicopter services closer than ever to GKD, actually making their way through on that lap, just seeking the opportunity down towards turn number 4, and did make their way through. Made their name known, made their kart seen, and did jump up a position on what is the 245th lap of their race. There onto the podium, go bananas. Let's see the gap between them and Brentwood Karting. Will be revitalised after that pit stop and ready to go for this final hour and a quarter of racing in the 32. Well, it's going to be a gap of, can't quite see because Brentwood Karting are looking to unlap themselves. The gap is technically, as it stands, a lap. However, the 32 looking to unlap themselves on the 11 and catch it back up. And in fact, they have done just that. They've gotten past the 11, and in the meantime, they've managed to lap the MPS Performance 95 as they go through. So fair enough for them to have been able to do just that. And yeah, they'll continue it on. Alessia Prime really taking this race by the horns. You can tell that by the fact that the last 3 lap times they've set consistent 40.0s. They've been in and around the 40.0s for a while, I would say. That period between 180 laps and 200 laps, so about 60 to 50 laps ago, was quite important for where they end up in this race right now, because they were just able to keep that momentum going, keep themselves up, and they were the quickest kart out on the circuit, even if their positioning, did not show it. But now they can have the opportunity to show it. Hello. Oh, yeah. How's it going down there? All good? Back going bananas into the pit lane, which means that the lead of the Pro class will be inherited by the number 32 of the Brentwood Karting team, and going bananas into 6th place overall. Then they'll drop down a little bit further as they are only just getting wheeled back out now. So Brentwood Karting will inherit that 5th place. Project D will inherit 6th. And what we will see, is there going to be any more moves further down the order? 36 Motorsport coming to the line as well. Yep, they gained, so did the R Autos, and in fact those two are very close to each other, as are the number 1 and the number 3, ready to go for a fight out there on the circuit. They have been for a while now, but they will continue to just duke it out on this racetrack. And in fact, the GKD racing team have managed to get back past helicopter services up into the top three, so taking P3 off of number 3 at the moment. And well, this has been a good battle to watch, these two, because they've not gone for outright big pushes and big fights. They've just been managed. They've just sat in position and wanted to comfortably gain those positions up again and again. And they've not taken many risks. That's been the most important part of their race, I'd say. It's that they haven't taken many risks at all, which means that they can just fight with each other like forever and ever and ever, really, because they have no issues to do so. They're not taking any risks, they're not losing any time, they're not dropping back into, for example, the clutches of Brentwood in 5th, but they're just doing a great job at the moment to hold station in 3rd and 4th for now. Is GKD going to hold it towards the end of this lap? It looks as though they will. Are they going to have it in 5 laps' time? I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether they will, as we've got Marshall crossing the track. Not quite sure what that's all about. Might be swapping around Marshall posts. It looks like that's exactly what is happening out there. And as we tick over the 250 lap mark, we tick comfortably over the 250 lap mark. We see the drivers just sitting in place. And as I said, the number 3 was going to make the move, has made the move back past GKD driver. So, yeah, I always said it was going to be comfortably. They will make his way through. That is exactly what has happened. And now he sits up in that 3rd place once again. He made his way through on the previous lap, which was, of course, number 255 for both of those drivers. Helicopter services back up into 3rd place. GKD just on the back, though. This has been a classic of a fight between them. And, well, we will see them still duking out for position. Well, they've really jostled each other on. I think there's going to be even more jostling on involving the 77 of the KTM car. As to the inside, they both look and they're going to get past. The one, though, gets a better exit. Not quite enough, though, to stay ahead of the 3. And the 24 and 207 go side by side. The Orange Tree Racing car gets ahead, but it's the up and under for the 24. Who is going to regain that position. But is the 207 able to just take that inside line? Yes, he is. Is he also going to open the door to the 95 to come through and then go through and lap? Yes, he is. And the 24 blinks first out of those 2 drivers, lets the 95 through, and as a result succumbs that 17th position to the Orange Tree Racing driver, who did it very smartly, who made his way through comfortably. And, yeah, jumped up a position. It has been a good one to watch this race so far. There's been no shortage of moves. We're still getting moves now. What is this? Late on into the race. And I can't see it stopping anytime soon, personally, because it's just been a good race indeed. It's been a very good race to watch out for. And again, I don't think any of the fighting in this race is over by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, at least that fight for 3rd place, that's still on. So, yeah, these drivers could still spring a surprise late on into this race. And, well, they've been doing a fantastic job in doing so. Of course, heading towards now the 260 lap mark we will be. And then after that, we're heading to 300. I mean, we've had 340 laps in the past previously with our longer layout. That was the last round that we did. That was 4 hours long. But I'd say that we're going to be getting Well, let's try and do the maths on this. 340 laps in 4 hours. The laps are, let's say, for the sake of the argument, 2 seconds slow. Yeah, 2 seconds slower will give that a little bit of a margin. If the laps are 2 seconds slower, then there's going to be every 24 laps, 1 shaved off. So that's like every 4. Hang on. So for every 28 laps, there's 1 shaved off. So 28, 40. No, sorry, 24 laps, there's 1 shaved off. 24, 48, 96. For 4 laps shaved off. And then 192. So realistically, we're probably looking at around a 320 lap race. You don't know how smug I'm going to be if I'm right, by the way. I am going to be ecstatic if I'm absolutely right about that. It's a 320 lap race instead of a 341, but those 2 seconds can make a whole lot of difference. And well, we'll see whether it does in the later stages of this race. Of course, we're still just heading on to what will be the final hour. But yeah, of course, we will wait and see what will happen with that one. As we're still waiting and seeing the resolution of the battle for third place that still continues on between Helicopter Services and GKD Racing for that third and fourth place. At the moment, the gap between 3 tenths, it's been 3 tenths for a while now. And so they're going to be hoping that that is going to be the way that that case remains throughout the remainder of this race indeed. And I thought I just might spice it up a little bit, the camera angles. So feast your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, if I can move out of the way in time on this. Now, that's going to be a little bit higher, but it's still going to be a good view of all of the action going out there in that middle part of the circuit. So towards that kind of turn 4, turn 5 segment, which has been where the majority of the overtaking opportunities have fallen today. So yes, I hope that that's going to be better for everybody's viewing pleasure. Just changing it up a little bit. Also because the camera that I had represented today almost dead. So there we go. There it is. It's updated on the stream, and it's not looking too bad in my opinion. Just the webcam. Angle it down a little bit more so we can see a little bit more of the track and a little bit less of the cloudage that's going on above. Of course, pretty clear day. It's basically a perfect day, I would argue, because yes, it's not outright clear day, but that's exactly what you want. I've mentioned the weather like 6 times throughout this broadcast. This is a very British broadcast that we've got today. But yeah, I mean, it's been a very, very good day for weather. We can still feel in the commentary box. We've got the windows open. We've got the flags flying next to us. A decent amount of wind, which is just providing a breeze out there on the circuit. For us, it's nicer for one, and for the drivers also, it's nicer because they can have the opportunity to just it might help them along down the straight depending on where the wind is positioning itself. Sounds like a turn of phrase that doesn't make much sense, but you know what I mean. It's kind of putting itself where it needs to be for the drivers to help them down the straight, and it's doing them a favour at the moment. I believe it looks like it's pushing them on down the straights, and the number 1 doesn't need much pushing on, just needs that extra maybe tenth or so to make his way past on the number 3 and into the lead of that little pairing. which is a pairing that has stayed together for a very, very, very long time. I'd say they've probably had about 50 laps now of racing they've done with each other, as we have now officially ticked over into our final hour. So just to give you a rundown of the order heading on to said final hour, it will be in the lead of the race at the moment, Alessia Prime, who will be the only team on the 267th lap, now joined by Purple Racing, who just tick over. They are in second place at the moment. Third place then will be heading to Helicopter Services for now. Fourth place will be GKD. Brentwood Karting find themselves in fifth place. A good fight back after misfortune earlier on in the race. And then it will be Project D in sixth place. 36 Motorsport in seventh place, and that is the actual true 36, not the 63. Then DR Autos find themselves in eighth. BAAD in ninth place, and rounding out the top 10 will be Going Bananas. Then in 11th place is the 36 Racing of the other variety, of the 63 variety. Then the Shadow Racing team in 12th place in the 88. After that, it will be the number 40 of Alessia in 13th, and 14th will be MPS Performance. 15th will be Slippery Bananas, and 16th will be Monkey. 17th then will be the 207 Orange Tree Racing Kart. Then 18th will be the Red Spider Racing Kart, and 19th will be KTM. 20th DAD, and 11th, and they will. We've not seen them for a while. After that, it's Wraith Racing and Camtech, who are out there on the road as it stands, and then Alpson Autos and March Racing we have not seen since the early portion of this race. And yeah, it's been a good race for those at the top. Of course, unfortunate for DAD, they have been able to have the pace today, and they will be promised going into the next round, but this is certainly an unfortunate issue for them. Oh, we've still got a fight on for that third place right now. GKD have held it for a long, long while now, but it feels as though it could be up to switching very soon. I mean, the nature of that fight has been that one controls while the other calmly sits in behind, and then they swap around, and then one controls and the other calmly sits behind, and they keep rinsing and repeating. It's been a very mature battle for those two drivers out there, and of course it has been the same two drivers throughout the course of this stint. So it has been very good indeed. I wouldn't be surprised if they know each other outside of the karts as well, because it takes a certain level of knowledge of your opponent to be able to trust them as much as these two clearly trust each other on all the braking points. As much respect as they've got for each other throughout this race, they must know each other outside of the racing helmet, and that's always good to see, because we always like a sense of community here at Rye House, and we don't want to lose any of our drivers at any point. As you know, the point was made earlier on about this potential rule change with the engines, that we want everybody to be as happy as possible, and of course that's never going to be a possibility. We can't make everybody happy, but we can make as many people as possible happy, and that's what the aim is always to do. It's to please the masses, and to try to, you know, compromise where possible, although with this engine issue we can't really compromise. Different classes, I guess, could be a suggestion, but again, I'm not sure whether that's a viable suggestion. I mean, at the end of the day, it all comes down to what the teams end up deciding. They'll have the chats within the team as to whether it's a viable decision, because, of course, don't forget, it was also a financial investment for these teams heading into the next season, the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, that they'll have to buy that new engine. There's support in place to help with these new investments, I'm sure, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be a difficult decision. One of the difficult decisions in the history of the Pro Kart Championship. And that's why that point was emphasised so heavily earlier on, with the sense of community that we have here. We don't want to upset the apple cart, but at some point I think there's going to have to be some level of upsetting just to... I mean, it's going to upset everybody, really, as Alessia actually have made their way through. The 40 made their way through on the 88, just caught a glimpse of that one. But, yeah, it's going to upset somebody, really, at the end of the day, and it's unfortunate that it has to be that way, but that's the way with any change. Somebody's going to be left feeling aggrieved or hard done by, or, you know, it's a difficult one. Either way, though, we don't have to worry about that right now. We are over halfway through this season, and by over halfway, I mean there's 9 rounds, and we are on round 5. So, because we are over halfway through the race, it counts as over halfway through the season, which is the point that we find ourselves at right now, over halfway through the season. And, well, it's been a good season so far. It's been a pleasure to be involved, of course, as always, for, you know, a portion of it, that first round. And I'm back here today for round number 5. I'll be back later on this season for, I believe it's round 8 that we'll be involved again. So it's always good fun to return and see some familiar faces here for the series. And, well, at some point I might work up the courage to go and speak to them. That would be nice, wouldn't it? But no, it's a friendly paddock. It is a very friendly paddock indeed. From the impressions that I've got, and everybody, of course, knowing each other like the back of their hands out there. For now, of course, we might get new competitors, and they might take some time to get to know people, but it is, you know, it's a good environment, and one that's, it's a pleasure to be a part of every single time. 50 minutes left to go in round number 5 of our Rye House Pro Kart Championship season. As I say, we will tick over at the halfway mark with the conclusion of this race, and we'll see where they all end up stacking up at the end of it. It's certainly going to look positive for those who, of course, lead their classes, and they've got decent buffers at the top of the orders. But the Purple Racing 5, I think, has let this one slip in this race, but still has an opportunity to win the race if Alessia Prime hit one more time. But they did have that one extra long pit stop, which didn't help them. They will still gain points on their championship contenders, or at least their early championship contenders as it stands, GKD. And then in that third place will be that Project D team who had the pace, but weren't quite able to get it over the line. This will be a good kickstarter for a team like Alessia Prime if they are able to take it over the line, because they have not had the season of dreams. They've had a decent season, but I don't think it can be described as any more than that at the moment, with them sitting in 6th place in class. And if they can kickstart their season, then they have a couple of good results later on in the campaign, and they'll have forgotten about, you know, anything that they may well have had problems with earlier on in the season. I mean, they've not had a bad season by any stretch of the imagination, and dropping round 3 will help them. But of course, you always want to be one of those at the top, and if they've clearly got the pace like they do, and they've always got the high expectations in themselves, then we can get the chance to see them right up the very top of that field. Once again, we know that they are obviously big faces in the paddock every time they turn up, and they're a force to be reckoned with. So always one to keep an eye out on, and that could really open up their campaign and start them on their championship charge. That they've looked like they're going to end up in the middle of the pack this season, but if they can kickstart their season, that would be really good to see indeed. And then we've got further down in the class of the pros, the 36 Motorsport team, who will be doing very well. Brentford Karting will be closing the gap. They could have, though, closed the gap even more. That's the issue for them, is that they will feel as though, because of the pace that they had, they will feel not happy, frankly, at the end of this race. They will feel as though they could have got more out of it. And whilst they'll still get a lot out of this race, and whilst it'll maybe kickstart something on their end, it might not quite be to the extent that they would be hoping for early on. But hey, it's still relatively early doors in the championship, so I'm sure that a lot of teams won't even be thinking about the latter stages of the series just yet. They'll be thinking more about this point, and about just taking every single race as it comes, because that tends to be the way in a karting series like this one, where you feel as though you need to, anything can happen, because not everybody is going to be here every round, especially in the clubman class. They've had quite a few that have missed a round or something along those lines. In fact, I can get the exact numbers, and there's only 2 that have made it to all of the rounds so far. So there is always the opportunity that they will miss a round, and so that will open the door back up to maybe those further down in the order to come back into it, and to really fight at the top of their respective fields. And multi-class racing, just at its core, is great to watch. It's one of my favourite spectacles, and whilst these karts are the same, whilst there is only a difference in what they're classified as and as the point system goes, it's always still very good to see. There's plenty of laps to go around. There's plenty of times that they will be lapping against somebody else. So there's still opportunities for anything to happen. We've been seeing the 1 and the 3 going at it hammer and tongs, and if they end up tripping over a lap car that changes the dynamic of that race completely, then yes, the lap car will be feeling a bit sheepish and a bit bad, but that's racing, and that's multi-class racing in particular, so it's one of the nuances and one of those things that you do have to develop, one of the skill sets that's unique to multi-class racing. You're not used to having to necessarily lap somebody who's in the same machinery as you, especially if they, for whatever reason, had some misfortune throughout the race, and they feel as though they can be on pace with you, so they will stay on pace with you. They will be like, okay, well, I'm not going to back off. They're under no obligation to back off and let the other driver through. So then it can become difficult, but that's, again, it's a unique challenge. It's the skill set they have to build up, and it makes multi-class racing what it is, which is, you can't really have a dull moment. You've always got to keep your eyes and ears out on the circuit. So even when there's pauses in the commentary, I've got my eyes on the racetrack, and I've got my eyes on some of the drivers, and I've basically been watching, to be perfectly honest with you, the 1 and the 3 go around the circles again and again and again, lap after lap, and at the moment the 1 is leading the way of those 2 and has done for a while, but the 3 has not let off. The 3 has not let him have any wiggle room in any way, shape or form. It's been a fantastic drive from the both of them, because it takes a lot to keep the pressure on. It arguably takes more to ward the pressure off and to stay ahead and to be not necessarily comfortable, but to stay in that position where you feel a little bit, you're soaking up that pressure. I wouldn't say it's a comfortable position, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it's looking very good for that position right now. 45 minutes left to go in this session. 45 minutes left to go in the 5th round of this championship. And don't forget, you can always watch this race back online on the Rye House YouTube channel. And I implore you do so because it will support. Give us if I can speak English, give us a subscribe while you're there and while you're watching. We, of course, had our technical glitches as we always do, but I think we've settled down to a comfortable middle ground now. Although halfway. And we haven't reset to the start of the race or something. We've settled down into a comfortable middle ground where the stream is set up and it's all working now. It's not like last round where the last round I did at least where 30 minutes of it were just locked off because there was connection issues and for whatever reason because who knows with YouTube, and it's difficult, I'll be frank, with the running of the stream to keep it going when it is just my laptop, really. Let's be completely transparent about that. When it's my laptop that it's running off of, and it's done a good job, and it's going to go into hibernation after this round. But yeah, it can be difficult at times to keep track of that and to keep track of the racing action on the circuit as well. The GKD racing car has managed to build up a teensy little bit of a buffer, and when I say teensy, I mean literally about 0.2 of a second. And that can be cut in at any available opportunity, and it will be cut in at any available opportunity as well, just like there, where a tenth has been gained once again. Pounding away. It's been 2 laps in a row now where the gap has been practically nothing between those two cars, and they keep on going for now and duking it out for position and for station. And they've done so very well so far to keep it going like that. I mentioned it before and I mentioned it again. It's hard to keep it going out there. Well, the Rye House circuit is not one I've ever driven. It's one that I'm looking to drive soon, but it's not one that I've driven just yet. But I have driven. It's the Rye House circuit on, I believe it was R Factory. It feels like it was ages ago because it was towards the latter stages of last season, but it was on. There is a mod, I believe it is on R Factor, on the R Factor game for Rye House. I believe it's a rather old one. But either way, it's still a good indication, I would say, because R Factor, of course, is a good simulator, of course. The opportunity for people to maybe learn new tracks that they've not got the opportunity to go to before, and somebody custom made a track for Rye House. But I'd say it's a pretty decent indication of the circuit, at least. They were even able to replicate the buildings on the side, which I thought was a nice touch. But it emphasised, it answered a lot of questions that I had for a lot of the drivers. So, for example, why they take it so wide into some corners that they do, and why they have to take it so tight into others, and all these sorts of things. It's a great balance to find. For these drivers, and of course we don't want them to exceed the track limits every single lap, but we want them to be able to push the limits of the track and push the limits of themselves as well. So yeah, that cleared a few things up for me personally in terms of the track there, and I mean I will drive it soon enough. So it's one of those things that just feels inevitable, where I'll be taken to the track, I'll be strapping on my little helmet and my little balaclava and getting out there onto the track, and then I've got, I can report back to everybody. It's like at the moment, it's like somebody who studied the moon talking about being an astronaut. It's not quite the same thing, but it's still plenty of experience that I've had, plenty of experience talking to various different people that I've had as well, and of course watching racing over the years, you get a good indication of various different things out there. For the drivers, how different dynamics work, how, sometimes they could be sitting back and waiting rather than going flat out for a move. Certainly a track I remember for a long time. I know that there'll be plenty of people that will remember Rye House for a long time for a multitude of reasons. Of course, this is where Lewis Hamilton got his career started. Jenson Button has raced down here a decent amount, and a close personal friend of mine is also who races on a slightly smaller scale in the GB4 Championship. She made her bow here at Rye House in rental karts, actually. Just a couple of years ago, and now has the opportunities that she's had to race in G4 and to have some fantastic experiences built up. It's it's great. It's always great to see these success stories coming from Rye House. Even worst case scenario, they have plenty of fun racing around here, and they become a driver who races in the Rye House Pro Kart Championship or something along those lines. It's a great circuit. It is a very, very good one. And, well, to be entirely frank with you, it wasn't my first geometry gig at a real, proper circuit, but it was at a proper circuit that is designed for racing rather than corporate events. It was, and that's been, it's one that I'll hold near and dear, this experience and this circuit, and I'll come back as many times as I'm able to in the future. Especially if I live down here at some point, because I'm based a little bit further away now. If I do end up living down here, you best know that I'll be down here weekend in, weekend out, just watching the karts, because karting for me is such a different. I mean, it's a weird line blur between karting and real racing. I say real racing with big quotation marks. I mean car racing. Car racing is very much seen as, karting is seen as you're supposed to progress to car racing. But I don't think that should necessarily be the case, because kart racing is a different discipline. It's much more physical, I'd say. There's a lot more going on, and frankly, it's a lot more. There's a lot more intrigue for me in terms of these races. Because you think about it, at any moment somebody could spin it around and cost themselves an entire race, which I know is the same way in Formula racing, for example. But they'll have the benefit of driver aids which karts, the brutal machines that they are, have a lot less of, shall we say. And yeah, it's going to be a good. I hope the karting still blossoms for a while because it certainly should do. It's a fantastic display, all in its own right, especially if the rumours are true that potentially karting could be a discipline in the Olympics in a few years' time. That would be incredible. That would be really, really incredible. Truly great for the sport. And the Olympics is just an incredible occasion, all in and of itself. I know that there was discussions of it brewing, but I know that the IOC don't want to worry about that right now when they've got plenty of time to go for making those decisions and those sorts of things. Because I believe the first time it will be brought in would be the Olympics in 2032 in Australia. So plenty of time to go. Although one day less, if you think about it. Australia, obviously, quite a significant chunk ahead in terms of time, which has been difficult when I've wanted to watch Australian Championships and trying to do the time conversions. And it's been, very, very wild. And I've spoken to those racing in Australian Championships, in fact, and some of them have never raced in a kart before. And they've always wanted to experience it, so they would have a form of jealousy over everybody out there on the circuit at the moment. But either way, I'm waffling. Let's go and talk about the race out there on track with just half an hour to go left in this race. To be particular about it, we've got 31 minutes and 45 seconds left to go in round number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship for 2026. It's the Purple Racing 5 that leads the way. It's the Alessia Prime Kart in P2. Third place for Helicopter Services. And fourth, well, that goes to now GKG. They swapped on the previous tour. Then fifth place, it will be Brentwood Karting, who lead the Pro Kart Championship. Of course, we've got 3 championships. We've got the Pro Karts, we've got the Super Pros, and we have the Clubmen. They lead that one in terms of positioning here today. And then looking down at 6th place, that'll be Project D. Then 7th and 8th will be the 36 and the 63 of guess what? 36 Motorsport. They are both representing that team here today. 36 Motorsport behind 36 Racing. And then it will be BAAD leading the way in the Clubman class in 10th place, rounding out the top 10 of that field. 11th place then will go to Going Bananas for now. That's where they currently find themselves. And then 12th place, that heads the way of Shadow Racing in the number 88. 13th for Alessia Racing in the 40. 14th for the 95 of MPS Performance. Then 15th for the number 12 of Slippery Bananas. And then it will be 16th for the Monkey team as it stands. That will be the number 37 holding position there. The Orange Tree Racing number 207 as the Monkey actually makes their way through on Slippery Bananas. Is that the 12 into the pit lane? I would imagine they will be coming in then for another pit stop. They will be in 16th place, 17th for the Orange Tree Racing team. Then the 24 of the Red Spider Racing team, the 77 of the KTM team, and then the 21 of Wraith Racing is the final team out there. They are, though, 110 laps down, so not looking for anything grandiose, just looking to finish and pick up points for that team at the moment. And, well, I mean, why not? It's when you've had issues like they've had throughout the course of this race, why not just continue? Why not just get to the end of the race? Then you can, worry about the issues. They've fixed whatever it seems to be, at least temporarily. And they'll be out there on the circuit for the last however long of this race. And they'll be happy about it. Because then they've been able to finish. They've got the points to speak about, and there's all those sorts of factors that stacked up into it and into the challenge for this race. GKD are a significant bit down because they came into the pits on lap 306, by the way, on helicopter services. It just seemed like a really flashy pit stop towards the end of this race because of the fact that they felt the need to box one more time for whatever reason it is. And yeah, 28 minutes left to go in this race. Purple Racing leading the way. Alessia Prime in P2. Helicopter Services leading the fight for P3 for now, with GKD having boxed. 22 minutes left in this racing session. And, just to give you an update on all of the track issues and the warnings that the drivers have had over the last hour. There has been 4:36, the track limit warning. This is exactly an hour ago. And the contact warning the same minute for KTM, a warning for the number 40, Alessia, then the track limit warning for the number 1, GKD, and the number 37 got a contact warning. I believe that's where we were. I believe that's where we're up to speed. And then after that, a visor warning for the 37. Then a 20 for the 24, a track limit warning, a contact warning for the number 6, track limit warning for the number 86 of Project D, a cone warning for the number 88, and then Alessia 40 with a cone warning, 86 of Project D with 2 cone warnings within the last minute. And so for those drivers, that is going to be something they will want to make up for. So or they're going to try to avoid it as well. We will see what these drivers can do across the last 20 minutes. We're really, truly in. That stream should be back up. There we go, the stream's back up, ladies and gentlemen. I apologise, I'm not honestly quite sure how much racing you have missed. Let me have a look. You missed about 60 laps. No? Am I wrong in that? Let me have a look. Oh no, it's only been about 7 laps, that's fine. There's not really much has happened in the way of action out there on the circuit. But of course, with the last little bit of the race to go, 16 minutes left to go in this one, we are ready for the last few laps of racing action to go. And one of the developments that has happened is that, well, on lap 306, so about 20 laps ago now, we did see a pit stop. So when I said that we were going to be seeing a fight for that 3rd place, we are seeing a fight for that 3rd place indeed. Helicopter Services 1.7 off the back of GKD. And of course, earlier on they had their little scrap between those 2 carts. And, well, it was on lap 304 where the switch was made. Then, when the boxes were made, when they decided to come into the pits, because of course that 304 was a little bit before when GKD came in, so they dropped out of position, decided to box, sat there, and then went for the overcut strategy, and the undercut strategy. That seems to have worked, so it's a positive for them, and we'll see how that develops throughout the course of the race. They gained by 10th in the last lap. And now there's another half a tenth gain. So for the Helicopter Services team, they are gaining and gaining and gaining gradually. But it's all going to be all about just gaining that time, really, and chipping away at that lead. There's another half a tenth of a second that he's built up and just gained that time down. We'll see. Those drivers get closer and closer towards the end of the race, I would imagine. That's why Helicopter Services are angling towards. They've pitted more recently, so they're going to be fresher and more ready, I would argue, to go for the attack, go on the offensive on the number 1 late stages of this race.
seems to stabilise now, the gap between those two karts out there on the road. The gap between them 1.6 now, and that is the closest battle on the circuit. The next closest battle is the Going Bananas team, who are going to be at 2.7 off of the bat of 36 Racing. And in fairness to them, they gained 2/10 on the last lap, so that might be another one that will happen later on, or late on in this race, as it doesn't feel like the sun's setting, but the sun's certainly going away over this circuit, and it's more towards the final corner. The first corner is very much looking like a twilight at the moment. As well, it's still very sunny, but still a little bit of quite a decent bit of shade to go out there. It's one of those beautiful summer late afternoons out here. It's definitely the best weather that I've seen here for a Rye House round. And in all honesty, to be completely frank with you, I've had some very good weather every single time I've come to this circuit. The only time I've come to this circuit and the weather hasn't been very good, there was a sprinkling of rain the first time I ever came. Since then, absolutely nothing. Which is amazing, really, the fact that it can just be so good for so very long. And we've lucked out every time I've showed up to a round, as helicopter services have gained a 10th, and that appears to be the way that it's going to go. They're going to gain a 10th, they're going to lose a 10th, they're going to gain a 10th, they're going to lose a 10th. We have 10 minutes, or 11 minutes to be exact, to go in this race, and it's looking like the majority of the positions are all decided. But of course, mistakes could be made later on, and there could still be pit stops yet to come. And all of the drivers will be hoping that they're going to get the strategy right here today. There's been a multitude of different strategies employed by all of these different drivers, whether it's going to be a case of those who, for example, went for that massive undercut. I mean, I believe it was GKD very, very early on at the start of the race, who went, oh no, it's Project Even, who went very, very early in the start of the race, and they came in to the box, and it always felt like a gamble decision. And in fairness, I don't think it didn't really pay the dividends they would have been hoping for. But again, they had to come in again. So I think there may well have been an issue rather than a strategic call for that kart when they came into the pit lane last time around. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult to stomach, I think, for them, but it's promising pace-wise, and later on into this season they can take this result with confidence, and they can be out there later on in the race, or later on in the season, of course, 4 more rounds still to go, and feel comfortable with their performances and feel as though they've definitely got the pace to challenge up at the top, because they very much do. And it's just about trying to string together a weekend of performances. And that's exactly what they're going to want, or at least a Saturday of performances, because we don't care what racing they're getting up to outside, because it's all about the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, isn't it, for these drivers? And that's the most important championship of all. No biases at all here while sitting in the Rye House commentary box. No biases for me, just a big fan of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship, and a big fan of everything going on at Rye House. It's a fantastic place to host some racing, and it has been a fantastic place to commentate at for a very long time. Well, I say very long time in terms of my commentary career. It's been over a year now that I've been coming back here every so often to get the opportunity to do a pro kart round, or a kart series round, or something like that. And yeah, I mean, they're both very, very good in their own respect. Late on in this race then, and we've got the majority of the positions decided. Of course, that battle for third place looks like it may well start to peter out, with those two drivers now having a gap start to build up that they wouldn't have been, at least helicopter services would have been hoping to close down. But the switch that they made later on than GKD didn't quite give them what they wanted in terms of that move up, and in terms of that momentum that they could take into the final stint. They had an initial pace boost, it seemed, but since then it hasn't quite been to the level that they were hoping for, and so they'll be, I think, settling in a few laps' time for the position they sit in right now, which is, of course, 4th place. Not a terrible position by any stretch of the imagination. They'll still be happy with the way that their Saturday has gone. they will be feeling as though there could have been a little bit more in it for them. And I wouldn't doubt that for a second. I think there could have been just that little bit more in it for them, but still a fantastic performance from both teams. Although I think a lot of the teams have a right to feel as though there was a little bit more in this race for them, just because of the way that this race has played out. Lots of them have been contenders and dropped down, especially in the Super Pro class. You think of, for example, the likes of the 86 of the Project D racing team. They had an opportunity earlier on that they did not capitalise upon. Unfortunately, they had to go for the massive undercut for one reason or another, and it just never really paid off for them. They were never really seen at the top ever since that moment when they decided to come into the pit lane. And of course, they've had to do one more stop than anybody else, so that is not helpful either. Then you've got the likes of GKD Racing. They could have felt as though they could have come on top, won this race, because I very much feel as though they had the pace to do so. Haven't quite been able to demonstrate it today, unfortunately for them. So they've got things to work on heading towards the next round of the Pro Kart Championship. Brentwood Karting as well. They were a contender to win the overall championship, or the overall race even, despite the fact that they are a Pro Kart. But unfortunately, for one reason or another, whether it was the long pit stop or the double pit stop, it never quite worked out for them. So they never ended up reaching those top heights. But they can once again promise into the next round that they will be very, very high indeed. So keep an eye out for Brentwood Karting for round number 6 down to round number 9 of this season. And I would never ever count them out in terms of for a race victory. I would say that they will be one of the main contenders as they head through the latter stages of this season. And we're heading towards the latter stages of this race now. 5 laps to go, and there's 4 tenths gained by the helicopter services team. So not all is over for the number 3 just yet, but he's got a lot of traffic to contend with, which is why the 10 lost so much time. There's the 5 right in behind who's going to be trying to lap them. That'll be the purple racing car. Then you've got 3 or 4 carts in between the 1 and the 3 right now. So I'd imagine that gap's going to go right back up for helicopter services, unfortunately, at the very end of this race. But yeah, it'll be one to watch for those drivers, certainly heading towards the late stages of this race. And of course, they've now got an eye on each other for the rest of this season, if they didn't already, because they of course are contenders and have been contenders at the top of this championship rounds of this season, and well, maybe towards next year as well, because of course, don't forget, hopefully everybody will be coming back next year and racing, whether with the 160 engines or with the 200. You can speak to Kelvin if you have any questions about that one. I'm sure he'll be happy to oblige, and he will be giving you all the rundown on the decision making, and there will still be lots and lots of communication to go out on the various platforms, whether it's the Facebook group or whether it's on the website itself as well, which is obviously a good source of information. It's where I found the itineraries for all of the rounds apart from this one. But yeah, it's been a great... It's been a very, very hotly contested debate, one that I don't feel as though is going to be over even once they've made the decision. I still think there's going to be some people who try to argue with it, who try to disagree with it, but who knows? That's not my place to say. I'm not a driver in this series. I'm also not an organizer. I am but a mere commentator, and so that's not my place to say either way. Not long left to go in this race. I'd say we are going to be approaching those laps, and I don't know where I got my calculations from earlier on when I said that it was going to be 320 laps, because I went down instead of up. So if I did those same calculations, I'd be saying about 360 laps in this race. So I'm going to I feel a little bit more confident in that call, that there's going to be around 360 laps in this race. And with 2 minutes and 55 left to go, I think it's going to end up being around 355. So I'll be happy enough with that if that is what transpires. But 2 minutes 40. So realistically, with Purple Racing 5 just having crossed over, that's going to be 80, 120, so that's 2 minutes, and then another lap, so that'll be 4 more laps to go, so we'll be going at around 355 laps to go. So my commentary box maths, even if I did get it entirely wrong, the actual methodology behind it, once I worked out what I did mess up, has not actually been all too bad, all things considered. So I can be pretty happy with that one. And we can see what these drivers will be doing towards the end of this race. Of course, the final stages and the helicopter services have gained places. Are they going to be challenging late on for this race, for this podium in this race? I sure hope they do. I definitely feel as though they will be in contention at the very least. I think they're going to be within a second, although this time around they are 1.3 behind, so they have lost a tenth of a second. That tenth could be absolutely crucial in these late stages of this race when it's all still yet to be decided. What will it be when they next cross the beam? We shall wait and see. They head towards the final couple of corners, watching out for those two karts on the circuit, and there is a visible gap between them as they head out of the final corner. That gap exactly is going to be a 1.25, so it is closer, but it's not close enough. And with likely 2-3 laps to go left in this race, I cannot see this race heading the way, or at least this fight for that position, heading the way of our race. Unfortunately, but it's still been either of the number 7. They faded away, have the D80 Racing team. They are not. They faded away, have the D80 Racing team. They are not going to finish this race, and they will not, crucially, be competing at the top of this field in this round. But for the Purple Racing number 5, they're not only competing at the top of the field, they look set to go on to take the victory in this one. The last lap is underway, and what a fantastic performance the number 5 has had throughout the course of this race. They've really hammered home that point, and they will come across the line to take the victory. Purple Racing 5 win race number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. Second place will go the way of Alessia Prime, I'm sure, as they end up the only other team on the lead lap. GKD and Helicopter Services 2 laps down on our race leader. What a fantastic performance from Purple Racing 5 and Alessia Prime. It was very much a race of attrition here today, and it was one that was topped by the Purple Racing number 5 team, who can be very happy about that one indeed. So that will be it, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 5. As our last few drivers get to the line, I will round out and I will read out the teams that will be on this order, and it will be the Purple Racing 5 to take the victory in the race number 5 of the Rye House Pro Kart Championship. Then P2 will be Alessia Prime, and third place will be GKD in the number 1, who in the end will be staying close to the Purple Racing 5, but not close enough in terms of the points. They will lose ground. Then it will be in 4th place Helicopter Services, who come home in said spot, and 5th Brentwood Karting, who will take the victory in the pro class. Project D in 6th place, a great fight back from the 86, from where they qualified from the issues they had early on in the race to finish 6th place. Very good stuff. 36 Motorsport in 7th in the 36th, and they will come home 2nd in Class DR Autos. In the number 6 will come home 3rd. BAAD Racing in the 39 will take the victory in the clubman class, and then it'll be 36 Racing in the 63. It'll be going bananas in the 11. It'll be Alessia in the 40. It'll be MPS in the 95. That'll be 10th down to 13th place. Shadow Racing with 14th place and the number 88. They will be 2nd place in the clubman class, and the Orange Tree Racing Kart will be in 15th in the 207. Then it'll be Slippery Bananas rounding out the podium in the clubman class in the number 12, and then the Red Spider Racing number 24 and the 77 KTM 17th and 18th. Monkey in 19th in the 37, and then we get to our DNF. So I guess they could be counted as a DNF, as they ended up 39 laps off of our leader, but Wraith Racing 117 off in 20th. Then the DAD Racing team, they had the pace to win today, but unfortunately it was not to be. They fell out of the race, and fell out of the race with 21st being their classified finish. Camtech in 22nd with their number 50. Then Alverson Autos and March Racing, we lost very early on in this race. To everybody involved in the Rye House Pro Kart Championship Round 5, from the competitors, from their team captain, to the drivers, to everybody behind the scenes for that team, to all the marshals, to all the organisers running the team, thank you very much for your hard work today. The podium will be inside the main area in a while's time, as everybody just gets out of the car, has their debrief, has their mandatory chat with Mark before we head up. But thank you very much, and until next time, it is goodbye.